talking about SNL, the history, the mysteries, and all the hot impressions in between, breaking down all the numbers as well. In your favorite sketches with special guests, it's on the Saturday Night Network.
Yes, welcome on in, everybody, to the Saturday Night Network for the first official SNL50, the anniversary special podcast, here to preview everything we are going to see this coming Sunday. Our Super Bowl. SNL50 is right around the corner. I cannot wait to dive in. My name is John Schneider from the Saturday Night Network. So excited to be back with you here for a podcast that is years in the making. So I cannot wait to talk about everything we got going on tonight. Also very excited to be here as a presentation of LateNighter.com, and throughout our entire coverage of SNL50, they will be with us as well. So let's bring in our expert panel of guests that have been with us here on the Saturday Night Network since the very beginning. So first up, my man Sammy K is here. Sammy, how are you?
John, I just can't believe we're here. We're within a week of SNL50. I was this week feeling nostalgic and digging up old tweets, which is never a good thing to do. But I did find a tweet from SNL40 saying, "Imagine the hype of hashtag SNL50." And in a couple days, we won't necessarily need to imagine it. But yeah, I'm so excited to be on the show tonight to, try to use my imagination and talk about what we can expect for this iconic event in television history.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of people, if you're a big SNL fan, this may be your first anniversary show, or you may go back to other ones that you've experienced. SNL40, to me, I've talked about it a lot on this podcast over the years, was a huge night for me as an SNL fan. It inspired me to go back and watch old episodes and eventually get to where we are now for this podcast. And hopefully for many of you, this Sunday night will be, maybe your origin story for how you fell in love with the entire series. So we're on the precipice of something really great coming up this weekend. And joining us as well is the incredible Rebecca North. Rebecca, how are you?
Good. I'm so jazzed to be talking about this. I feel like what you were saying for 40, I didn't get the chance to go back beforehand and kind of prepare myself. So I kicked off my pregame with the SNL50 experience live in New York. And that was an awesome way to kind of really get myself excited. And then watching SNL compilations on YouTube and some content on the Saturday Night Network has been a really good way to prep myself and get myself so excited and be like, oh wait, that sketch is really funny. I hope they do something about that, and get my mind out of the recent episodes and think about it as a whole. So I'm very, very excited, and I feel in a good place to be able to truly appreciate the anniversary this time.
That's awesome to hear. And somebody who I know is very appreciative of everything he will see this weekend. He's been with SNL for a very long time. So Bill Kenny is with us. What does this weekend mean to you, Bill?
Oh, John, it's amazing to think about, my origin story with the anniversary shows obviously goes back to the 15th. And I got to talk on another podcast about that recently. And it's one of those super fan origin stories when these anniversary shows come around. As you said, you go back and you watch a lot of stuff that maybe you didn't catch before your time. And it's just been all the feels with all the different documentaries, all the different things, all the different clips of Howard Stern show and People magazine talking to old cast members, getting different eras together, like Lorraine Newman and Anna Gasteyer being together was just fantastic to see. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be one of the most epic nights in television history on Sunday.
Yeah, there's really nothing like it on television. There's no situation in professional sports where you could see a guy who played, 50 years ago get on the field with somebody who's playing today. In movies, we see things sometimes like in Marvel movies where people cross over into different universes. And there's all this fan fiction of, what if this person met this person? But SNL's the one battlefield, the one place where stuff like this can actually happen. You can have original cast members from the 70s end up in sketches with people from today. And that's what this weekend is about. Certainly it's going to be about celebrating, all these big moments. There'll be compilations, there'll be packages that are put together, but just to see the live aspect of all of these people coming together, that's where the magic is going to be made on Sunday. So I, for one, am super excited, and we're going to dive right in. We got a huge show for you here on the SNN tonight. So first up, I know a lot of you are not on social media, so there have already been some announcements made for the anniversary special. So we're going to start by taking a look at what was announced already here. So I'll put up on screen, if you're watching us live on YouTube, the first set of announcements for the headliners for SNL50, the anniversary special. Okay, here we go. So up on screen right now, we have the first 19 names of former hosts that will be joining us for the special that they've announced so far. So there will be others, but these are the ones that SNL has put out as the first big names. So we have Quinta Brunson, Bad Bunny, Sabrina Carpenter, Dave Chappelle, Miley Cyrus, Robert De Niro, Adam Driver, Io Adebari, Tom Hanks, Woody Harrelson, Scarlett Johansson, Kim Kardashian, Peyton Manning, Steve Martin, Paul McCartney, John Mulaney, Pedro Pascal, Martin Short, and Paul Simon. So some of these are former hosts, some are former musical guests. We don't know exactly what roles each of them will, have in the special coming up, but we can make some guesses and some assumptions. But let's go for initial thoughts from the panel. Sammy, I'm going to start with you. Of these 19 names, who are you the most excited for? Any big surprises?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to break down here. Obviously, you have names like Steve Martin, who, is the sort of quintessential host you think of, has obviously been around since the 70s. One of the early great hosts, and has obviously, hosted so many times, had the record at one point, and is somebody who I really had wanted to see earlier this season, in the Martin Short episode that we didn't get, and also just in general, his presence not being in SNL50 so far has been lacking. So that makes sense. I also find it pretty interesting that they kind of decided to group Martin Short over here in this group of announcements as opposed to the cast member announcements. So that kind of goes back to our sort of debate on the greatest cast members of all time list. I know that you and Bill got into last year. And then also something that I find very interesting about this is I think the only person on here who has never hosted the show is Sabrina Carpenter. I think I'm right on that. Like everybody else, even the musical guest
Paul McCartney
people,
has never hosted.
Okay, Paul McCartney. That kind of ruins my theory. My theory was going to be, every year or every anniversary special, they kind of introduce the next, host of the next episode. And I'm thinking, just based off of this initial list, maybe Sabrina Carpenter is that person that they kind of bring out and say, hey, I'm hosting, the next episode of SNL. So that's just a guess right now. I think she'd be an awesome host, but otherwise, I mean, this is an amazing list. Just so many people to get to, but I mean, so far I'm very excited to see all these people.
Yeah, I was definitely looking for a common thread between all of these people. Why were these 19 specifically promoted first? The only thing that I could find between all of them is that for the most part, they've all appeared on Saturday Night Live since SNL40. They've all been there in the building in the last 10 years. So there's nobody that's been announced that we haven't seen for 15 or 20 years. Perhaps that is the reason, Bill, why we got these people together. But let's talk about these group of headliners. What are you excited to see from these 19?
I feel like we have a lot of different tiers here. So you have these OG, Steve Martin, Tom Hanks, even Woody, if you want to include him in that, pre-era. No Baldwin, which is kind of surprising if you're going to include people who have hosted multiple times. And then you have the second tier of people like Adam Driver and Chappelle that have come into their own that wouldn't have been at SNL40 because they hadn't hosted. So they hadn't done anything, but they've really made their bones. Mulaney is in that group as well. And then you have this kind of interesting group of people who have either just hosted once, have only been on the show once or twice. Are they trying to get viewers? Does SNL50 need more viewers? I think this will probably be the highest rated TV show outside of the Oscars this year. So do you need a Kardashian? Do you need a Bad Bunny? Obviously, they bring in a lot of international viewers. They bring in a lot of younger viewers. So that's a little interesting to me that they would be included with some of these all-time greats. But overall, very, very excited what we have here.
Yeah, that's interesting, Rebecca. You're always very in tune with pop culture. So do you think that these names that they announced first are the ones that will get younger people the most excited to watch the special?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, it's like a lot of really shiny names and shiny new names, which I thought was really interesting. Also, looking at this, I would say besides Scarlett Johansson, all of the women on here are very new to the SNL world and all of that. And it is, I don't know, I was confused when I saw this because I'm like, they didn't pick a lane, which I think was interesting. And I guess it made chatter and conversation the way that we're all trying to figure out the connection. Like, we're talking about it probably more so than we would have been no matter what, because we're trying to piece it all together. I think having a lot of the legends on here, as we discussed, was a given. There are people that I'm like, yeah, well, duh, they're obviously on this. But Peyton Manning was kind of a sneak for me. I know it's one of your favorite episodes of all time, John, but like, it was all of these interesting people. And then in my mind, I'm like, are they making a name for who they think will kind of come up from 50 to 60? Do they think Quinta will come back? Aya will come back? Sabrina Carpenter can for sure see her being a double duty host. Are these people that they kind of want to give a spotlight to and kind of grease up a bit so they can ask them to keep coming back in the next few years to be like, look, we dropped you as one of our most special people to come see? I don't know. I think it's really fascinating and it has us talking. And I'm excited to hear more and more about the different headliners and kind of piece together. I think by the end of this, we can have a whole stats, which I know you will, of all the different people, their links, how many times they've been here. And I don't know, in my mind, this was kind of making a statement for the next generation come after 50, because we saw people that came up between 40 and 50, John Mulaney, Dave Chappelle, the people that Scarlett Johansson that really made a name for themselves on the show. And then post 50, maybe they're kind of hedging their bets on people that they think will continue on the legacy.
Yeah, I don't have any inside information, but if I had to guess, I think we're going to get one more announcement with host headliners and then one more announcement with cast headliners, and then everything else will be a surprise on Sunday. And, I can't imagine that these are the only guests of the show that will be announced for the show, because we're missing some really heavy hitters that are not on the list. Unlike the cast announcements that were made earlier today, these ones are definitely lacking in terms of, we have, as Bill said, we had some big star power with Hanks and Steve Martin, but we're missing Alec Baldwin, Justin Timberlake, Christopher Walken, John Goodman, Emma Stone. Like, there are some really big names here. Melissa McCarthy, all people that, would have been, you guys voted for your top 10 hosts. All of them in the top 10 this summer on our list are not now announced. So I think we're going to get some of those really big names later this week. So at least this is just a tease for some of the people. For me, there's definitely some surprises here. I think, Dave Chappelle being on this list, I know, I thought he had a pretty good episode last month, but I'm very curious how he'll be used in an anniversary special. I think that's a really unique one. Kim Kardashian is someone I know that Lauren, flew out to go see and really made an effort to get on the show. Her relationship to Pete Davidson, who was announced to be there. I mean, that was a huge storyline a few years ago. So there's little things to watch here and definitely some surprises. Otherwise, we have some really good hosts from the last few seasons that I didn't expect to be back so soon, but I'm excited to see what they'll do on the show this weekend. Okay, so those are the 19 host headliners or musical guest headliners that were announced. Today, we got news that 23 cast members have been officially confirmed to headline SNL50 coming up this weekend. So let's bring up these major names from SNL history who will be there this weekend. So across the board and up on YouTube right now, we have Fred Armisen, Chevy Chase, Jane Curtin, Pete Davidson, Jimmy Fallon, Will Ferrell, Tina Fey, Will Forte, Kate McKinnon, Seth Meyers, Tracy Morgan, Garrett Morris, Eddie Murphy, Lorraine Newman, Amy Poehler, Chris Rock, Maya Rudolph, Andy Samberg, Adam Sandler, Molly Shannon, Jason Sudeikis, Kenan Thompson, and Kristen Wiig. So hard to not do that in the Don Pardo voice, but yes, a lot of huge names here for the cast headliners from this initial group that was announced today. We're going to go through every single cast member from SNL history in just a little bit and talk about what we might see from them on the show. So I want to get the panel's overall thoughts on our big names that were announced here. So Sammy, how do you feel about the initial group of headliners for SNL50 from our former cast members?
Yeah, kind of like you alluded to before. These are sort of like the slam dunk, sort of like if you're betting on these people, these are the kind of people that you would totally expect to be here. Some things that I find interesting, obviously you have, the entire original cast that's still with us announced, sans Bill Murray, who obviously is not an original cast member, but I find it interesting not announcing him here. I guess maybe saving that for another announcement is a choice. Also, just if you're looking percentage wise, sort of the original cast as well as the end golden era cast of the early 2000s with Sudeikis and Maya and Andy Samberg. Obviously, as somebody who grew up with that cast, super excited to see all of them back. We almost have all the Infinity Stones together for that cast for the special. And then
there's a major one that's missing, but we'll talk about him.
Yeah, and then the choice of putting Keenan here, I love, is so funny to be announcing him as being an SNL50 like that wasn't going to happen and that he's not currently already on the cast. Obviously, when SNL40 was happening, he wasn't. He didn't even have the record at that point, I don't think. Yeah, I think Daryl Hammond still had the record at that point in time. So, makes sense to kind of give him that spotlight here. But yeah, I mean, other than that, I mean, a lot of this makes sense to me. Then you also have your sort of A-listers outside of those eras with the Will Ferrells, Eddie Murphys, and Sandlers of the world. So, to me, kind of all makes sense. But I'm curious to see how they sort of use them throughout the show.
Bill, what do you think about these initial names that got into everybody? These inboxes today, they were so excited to talk about them.
Yeah, this was an exciting announcement today, especially with the clip they put on Instagram with the cards. This is a great list. It is obviously missing some big names, as you said, John. There'll probably be another announcement. Obviously, one of the things Sammy points out that Bill Murray's not here. Dan Aykroyd's not listed either, so that's kind of different.
Right.
Hopefully we do get to see the entire living OG cast together at some point during the show. I know that's been on my wish list for a while. And then the other thing that kind of sticks out is all the update anchors we have. So we have pretty much everybody since 2000. And then really the only missing big ones would be Dennis Miller, who's kind of persona non grata, and Colin Quinn. So that's interesting too. Hopefully that leans into the thought of having a huge weekend update kind of recognition during the show, as they did at the 40th, but maybe on a bigger level.
Rebecca, how do you feel about this list of names?
I mean, I was reading this and in my mind, I was just so excited about everyone. But then I'm like, wow, they're here. And then I'm like, there are a million names missing. The first who stand out to me was Rachel Dratch, who is doing unpaid advertisement for SNL on Instagram every single day. Like, at least pay her and putting her in the first name drop here. She is putting out so much content. So that's been someone. But looking at the timeline here, it's pretty interesting that this was like the last generation before season 40, or like the newer people. Pete Davidson and Kate McKinnon being on this drop of the list don't make that much sense to me, because I would think they would be with their kind of castmates in their seasons, because I feel like if they're going to drop it, like, what's the rhyme or reason? I'm like trying to piece together like a puzzle. Obviously, I think a lot of more people are going to be here, but like, I don't know why announce some now than others. Like, having all the original cast minus a few implies that they're probably not going to come. But I don't know if that's the case. I don't know. I'm just trying to be like a detective, and it doesn't make sense to me the way how they announce the names for all these people. But I mean, a ton of excitement. We can name all the people we think, and I know we will, that we think will be on it and want to see on here later when we go through the cast. But this was just an interesting way to go about it. Also, I was curious about the Chevy Chase of it all, and it'll be good to see him, but I'm curious in what regard we'll actually see him in the episode, if it's like a standalone segment or if he'll just be more like with his castmates in this.
Yeah, we'll definitely talk about that in a few minutes. Look, I mean, I think that the big erasure here is, very surprisingly, in this first group of headliners, there is no late 80s SNL representation. And that's the one that I know that Phil and Jan, if they were still around, would be on this first group of headliners. But I think they're probably saving Dana Carvey and Mike Myers, Kevin Nealon, John Lovitz, for a second group of of that. But if you're going to sort like my thing is they probably wanted to cover a large swath of SNL history here. You do get Sandler there from the early 90s, but for the most part, we got the original cast. We got Eddie from the Ebersol era. Then really not anybody until post 95. Like I said, we got Sandler, but then, Molly Shannon, Tracy Morgan, Will Ferrell. And then it's sort of basically, every big name from the 2000s on towards Kate McKinnon and then Pete Davidson. Obviously, Keenan, transcends a lot of those eras. But for me, it is a very fascinating list. It's interesting to see who in their minds they think as big names. Everyone on this list, except for Keenan, I believe has hosted the show before. So that is definitely unless I'm missing somebody, except for the original cast. There's yes, Jane and Lorraine. Yeah, excuse me about that. Jane and Lorraine and Keenan, but everyone else here has hosted the show. So that to me is probably one of the through lines that we're looking at here. Like I said, we're going to talk about each of these people as individuals in a moment. We just wanted to do the major headlines for those who weren't aware about what was announced previously. So those are the two big drops that we got about SNL50. So before we get to the cast members that we're going to talk about here, there are a lot of our listeners who stopped watching SNL after SNL40. SNL40 was a big deal, and there's going to be people who are going to tune in this weekend who may not have watched SNL in the last 10 years at all and are very curious about what they might see. So we thought it would be really fun to kick off our discussion tonight with some of the major SNL storylines that happened over the last 10 years between SNL 40 and SNL 50 that we think might get hit on this weekend because they've never been covered in an anniversary special. So that's what we'll start with here, and then we'll start to go through those cast members. So Bill Kenny, I know you're great with lists. I want to start with you. Any major storylines from the last 10 years that you think SNL will hit on this weekend? Give us a couple.
I think one of the that will definitely get in some form is a New York City musical. Obviously, that's come into its own over the last 10 years with Mulaney becoming a 5-timer and that being in every episode that he's been a part of. I think that we'll probably get Please Don't Destroy. So if you follow the history of these anniversary specials, in the 25th, we get Smigel doing a TV Funhouse just for that anniversary special. The 40th, we get A Lonely Island with Andy and Adam. And so, yeah, I think that we'll get some form of a PDD here that might kind of bring all the universes together. So maybe we get the long-awaited PDD Lonely Island mashup. Maybe we even throw Smigel in there. I haven't talked to him this week, so I'm not sure. But I think we're going to get some kind of pre-tape that heralds the 50th anniversary. So I think that's two of the things that we'll definitely get in some form or another.
Rebecca, what about you? Anything from the last 10 years that you think might be important for somebody to know about as they go into the episode this weekend?
I think they're really going to harp on what you were saying. You said, Please Don't Destroy. And I was like, exactly. I feel like even like a Lonely Boys X Please Don't Destroy mashup, that's like where my mind would go if I'm planning. I feel like obviously as technology's progressed digital and the use of a lot of different technology in producing these pre-tapes and digital sketches, I think that's something we're really going to see. And I think Please Don't Destroy does a really behind the scenes. And I could see them like, they've done musical songs. I could see them literally having like a battle with Lonely Island. Like that's maybe me projecting. I'm trying to think of like what the Californians would be now. Something that kind of came to my mind. It's not enough members besides the like a New York City musical. I think about Volume. I was thinking a Close Encounter sketch would always be really funny and something that they could do with a few different people. In my mind, that's kind of one of the biggest standouts of recent times is like, that's where your mind goes there. But I'm trying to really try and place what a Californians big group, and you took it out of my mouth saying like a really large scale musical. I think it's a great way to go about this. In the past, I hope they don't do it, but they've done a ton of those TikTok sketches where you're scrolling through the feed and it gets a lot of people in doing different things. And if they want to time, it depends what direction they go. If they want to time mark what the current state of the world is, that's kind of a no-brainer for them to do. So for people that haven't seen, maybe it's imagine going through your TikTok feed and it's different trends. Maybe they go through a TikTok feed or a YouTube compilation video of previous SNL history. it gets large volumes of people in and they very, very short clips. So that's where my mind goes if they want to be like, we are SNL50. We are in the age of TikTok social media, having a really big TikTok social media heavy sketch with a ton of people coming in there.
And keep in mind, 10 years ago, John Mulaney was just a former SNL writer. He's now hosted 6 times in the last 10 years, and he has been announced as one of the headliners. So I think it's a very good bet that the sketch we might see from the last 10 years is the musical. Sammy, for you, any other major storylines from the last 10 years you think that SNL will hit on this weekend?
Yeah, I think my fellow panelists nailed it on the head with the Mulaney musical. I think, just revisiting SNL40, that opening with Timberlake and Jimmy Fallon was such an awesome way to open up the show. Like, I'm just envisioning, like, how do you top that? Like, I wonder if doing a big musical number in that style would be a cool way to sort of elevate that sort of premise. On top, other than that, I mean, the biggest sort of character that came out after SNL50 is David S. Pumpkins. Obviously, it's not Halloween, and we just saw him come back a couple years ago. But I do think there is something that you could do to get Tom Hanks in there as David S. Pumpkins, and maybe have, instead of the elevator of horror characters, it's a elevator of classic SNL characters. I think that's a great way to sort of get people in there, sort of open the doors, have the Spartan cheerleaders, and move on to another era, and just do that kind of big crossover. I think that would be really cool. I
We
mean,
should write it. We should write this whole episode.
honestly,
actually.
like, I hope at 30 Rock right now they're all tuned in. Like, please, these are free ideas. I mean, I'm very curious to see. I mean, like, obviously in the past they'll do like a politics montage. They're you can't tell the story of SNL 40 through 50 without the Trump era and all the cameos and things like that. So I'm curious to see how they sort of address that. And then finally, I mean, tribute wise, I think the big tributes I would hope they'd spend some time on, as far as people we've lost, are Buck Henry, obviously the 70s era of that original cast. We lost him a couple years ago. Would like to see something for him, and obviously Norm Macdonald as well. Those are kind of the names that come to mind. Maybe something for Betty White too, because the episode's so iconic. But yeah, those are sort of the things that since then that I think would be nice to sort of pay tribute to.
I totally agree. Great job bringing those up. So when it comes to the last 10 years, I don't want to beat around the bush. Seasons 41 through 50, a lot of it is going to be remembered for how Trump impacted the world and impacted Saturday Night Live. If you go back to SNL 40, Trump is a guest there, and during the question and answer segment, there is a bizarre moment in retrospect of Sarah Palin being there. Obviously, Sarah Palin, a huge part of season 34, and the question from Jerry Seinfeld is asked to Sarah Palin if she will run in 2016, and she jokes about having Donald Trump being her running mate. This is 2015, before he has decided to run, and then he will go on to run. So that 2016 election ends up being a really big part of SNL history. It is one of the most watched election cycles, starting with Larry David as Bernie Sanders, and Larry David's reintegration into SNL, I think, is a huge part of those early seasons in season 41. Alec Baldwin then taking the role of Donald Trump was a very celebrated idea right at the start of that election cycle. The hallelujah moment with, Trump winning, Kate McKinnon at the piano. I do wonder if they'll start to cover that. And naturally, post that, we're going to get a lot of different outsiders come in and play members of the Trump administration for a few years, going all the way through to COVID, which sort of ends the Trump, first Trump administration, where we get these at-home shows. And that, to me, is going to be fascinating to see if they include any content from those, perhaps the most unique episodes in SNL history, all pre-recorded from home in the spring of 2020. The show ends up coming back in season 46, we end up having a ton of cast members for seasons 46 and 47 because it's the end of this era where people just didn't leave when they were going to originally before COVID. And then, who's going to be playing Biden? There's a lot of interesting content there with, Biden roles being given to Jim Carrey, Alex Moffat, James Austin Johnson. Eventually, we will get to this Biden administration. We'll get the departures of major cast members like Kate McKinnon, like Aidy Bryant, Kyle Mooney, Beck Bennett, a lot of people who leave in 46, 47. And then the last 3 years, we have a lot of new cast members, and it's still a lot of SNL trying to figure it out. So I think the last 10 years is a really, really fascinating time at Saturday Night Live. I'm so curious what SNL will show in their clip packages this weekend, because oftentimes what SNL chooses to put in the clip packages will be the things that will cement in people's minds as the biggest moments from the era. So these decisions don't come lightly. Like, we could talk about, Beavis and Butthead or Lisa from Temecula, but if they don't go in those packages this weekend, and I think they will, there will be kids who will never remember them. But because they do go in there for 20 or 30 years from now, people will always remember those sketches because they're in the packages. So that to me is why I wanted to bring up this section, because I found it a really fascinating subject. And that was one of those things I was really excited about in SNL40, to see what they were going to include from seasons 26 all the way through 40. Okay. Anyone else got anything from the last 10 years that they want to talk about? Cool. Okay. Let's get to the fun part. This is what we're all here for, that I'm excited to dive into. So we're going to talk about every single cast member that may or may not be there from Saturday Night Live history this weekend. So I'm going to bring up the Wikipedia list of SNL cast members. We'll go in order of them coming onto the show and who we might see there. So naturally, not everybody is still with us, but we will talk about the ones that can be there this weekend. So let's start off with Chevy Chase, who was on for 30 episodes to start his SNL career. He has been announced that he will be there this weekend, SNL's original star. He was a pretty major part of the first couple anniversary specials. And then in SNL40, he does get this celebrated moment where all of the Weekend Update anchors introduce him. He comes out not really in the best shape, but I think I think actually 10 years later, he's looking pretty good. Of course, Chevy is a pretty controversial figure, both on the show and off the show. Somebody who's hosted the show 8 times. I don't know how you can have a show like this and not celebrate Chevy's impact on the series. So Bill, I will start with you on this one. What do you think we might see from Chevy this weekend?
I think there's 2 possibilities with Chevy. Depending on what shape he's in, as you say. Keep in mind, a lot of these folks are now in their 80s, Garrett and Chevy and things like that. So I think we'll get some kind of Weekend Update, but you can't repeat what you did at 40. So it can't just be kind of cutting to him and saying that he was the OG. The other thing that I think might happen if they go for an understated cold open is recreating Wolverines. So if that happens, obviously we've lost 2 of those people. Chevy's the only one that's still with us. So he would be the one to come out and say live from New York. You'd have to replace Belushi and O'Donoghue. I don't know how you do that and keep it, in a positive manner. But I think that's a possibility as well.
Rebecca, you said Chevy, you're unsure of what we might see this weekend. What do you expect from Chevy Chase?
I think what you're saying for a cold open, it might just be good. I don't know how active everyone's going to be in all the different sketches. And I don't see him just being a random character sitting at the table with Lisa from Temecula. Like, I think they're going to do something special for all the people that did come from the earlier part of the show that we don't know their future with SNL and as we continue on. So I feel like a cold open would be a really good opportunity for even them to do some, like, play on the different time and the different times and have them come out and do something and even like do the real time cut, being like, this is what's happening in the world right now. Like, imagine this was happening back then, or the fact that Me Too and woke culture has happened and been a really big takeover and been big on the SNL. It'd be funny to even hear a lot of the Chevy Chase, specifically his take on like what's happened in the world and censoring yourself and all of that. So I'm imagining them as themselves a lot. Like, I'm saying Chevy Chase, I'm saying Garrett Morris, Jane Curran, more being themselves than characters that we're going to see playing in different sketches. And I don't think they'll do the Weekend Update. So the cold open kind of seems like a really awesome time to get commentary from the original SNL cast members about what's going on in 50. Being like, imagine 50 years from now, we would have never thought this was happening.
Sammy, what do you think we're going to get from Chevy?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because right around SNL40 was right after, he had been on Community and then, left that show not on great terms. And now we're 10 years past that. So, I think for Chevy, I think with a lot of the original cast, it's going to be, smaller roles, sort of just an opportunity to kind of give them, another opportunity on that stage and, just honor them for just being the trailblazers and being that original cast. So, I am curious for all of them with Chevy and just in general, like what their relationship is like in 2025. Can you get all of them on stage together, even just for one moment? I mean, I think that's what I would like to see if that's something they'd all want to do. But I think, I don't know if we're going to be getting a fall from Chevy at this age.
Yeah, so the last time we saw Chevy Chase in a real SNL episode was in Justin Timberlake's Five Timers Club sketch in 2013. He hasn't hosted in a very long time either. I don't know if SNL trusts him in a sketch environment fully not to go rogue. So I think he definitely will have his moment. I would imagine it's probably in some sort of Weekend Update segment. I don't know if they're going to do the whole thing where he's going to walk out to applause or they're going to go from anchor to anchor telling jokes. But I think that would be my guess of where we'd see Chevy this weekend, is if they're going to do some really good. I mean, obviously Norm's not going to be there, which is very unfortunate. But if you're going to have some sort of look back at, all the great anchors from SNL history, I could imagine Chevy being part of that segment for a few minutes. And, look, I definitely, he's the one on social media today that everyone's like, really, Chevy Chase? But you can't do the show without him. So, certainly, Rebecca, I agree with you. Part of the last 10 years has been, a culture shift in Me Too and what's okay and what's not okay. And that was a big part of, 2017, 2018 in SNL history. But it's really, really tough to do the show without Chevy. So I think he will be there naturally as he's been announced. And I think he'll have an interesting role this weekend, but that will be one to talk about for sure. Somebody who was not announced yet is Dan Aykroyd, a cast member for the first 4 years on SNL. One of my favorite cast members ever, the original pitchman, and somebody who, was part of SNL40. He was with Jim Belushi doing some Blues Brothers. So I have a theory that perhaps they're going to announce him as part of the next batch with Jim Belushi. So Bill, as somebody who got to interview Dan Aykroyd last summer, I know you got to ask him a bit about SNL50. What do you think we would see from him this weekend? And I'm sure he will be there.
Yeah, at the time he had said to me that he would rather sit on his couch and watch SNL50. I don't think any of us actually believe that's going to be the case. Him and Lauren are still pretty tight. He's been on social media promoting his vodka, but still, tip a glass to 50 years of SNL. So he's very much invested in what's happening this weekend. So I think we will hear him announced. I don't know if we'll go Blues Brothers again, because again, are they going to repeat things from 40? I don't know. Maybe they will, because it is so iconic. It has transcended outside of the SNL zeitgeist. I don't know. Maybe we'll see him at the update desk as well. If you do get the parade of everybody getting a chance to, he doesn't love his time there. Or maybe he'll do a pitchman sketch as he did in 40 as well with the Bassmatic. So we might get something along that line.
Yeah, that is true. He did reprise that sketch with Lorraine back in SNL40 at the start, which was really exciting. So I don't think they'll do that again, but it will be fascinating to see what he might do. Sammy, what do you think we're going to get from Aykroyd?
Yeah, Aykroyd's interesting because of all of the original cast, really, other than Bill Murray. He is really still somewhat active in movies. Obviously, he was in Ghostbusters just last year. So as far as like being able to perform, I think he can, potentially be in some real sketches. I think because we still have him along with Jane Curtin and Lorraine Newman, I think bring back the Coneheads one last time would be cool to see. I don't know if you're going to be able to get them in that headgear again. But I know Rebecca mentioned Close Encounters. I mean, if we're talking about crossover potential, doing something with Close Encounters and Kate McKinnon with the Coneheads, I think something like that would be really cool. So again, just trying to go back, see what they did in SNL40 and not repeat certain things. I think, if you're not going to do Blues Brothers, which is an interesting sort of idea to think about, because that is such a great tribute to John Belushi. So, I could see them wanting to do that again for that reason. But, other than, the Wild and Crazy Guys, the Coneheads is a group of characters for Dan that I think would be great to see again.
That is a really fun idea. I could only see them doing something like that if it was right at the top of the show, because I can't imagine they would want those original cast members to spend so much time in the chair getting ready for something like that. So I think like they would maybe to do that before the show actually starts. But yes, if I see them, on the red carpet coming in at 7:30, I don't think they're doing the Coneheads, but we'll see. Rebecca, what do you think about what we might get from Dan Aykroyd this weekend?
So I was going to say, I think they would do Blues Brothers as a tribute, but also, again, it really depends what direction they take. If they're like, this is fully celebratory, it would be a missed opportunity to not have a Blues Brothers and also in tribute. But I'm seeing in the chat, like, having Sarah Sherman as a Conehead, like, that is such a good call, Sammy. And I'm also curious, like, are they going to have them be standalone as original cast members, or will they have Dan Aykroyd in the update desk? I doubt it. I don't think he would want to, especially if he said to Bill he's not really interested in being here. He's probably not going to want to embrace not his favorite time on the show. But I'm curious if they would have like very much cast members, because also besides all of these people that are going to be here, we have the whole current cast, and that's a big cast of people. So are we going to throw them in also, like Sarah Sherman as a Conehead with these people? This would be a really, really cool crossover type of thing. So I kind of want them to lean into the original iconic like sketches with the new reimagined people like working together. I think that's a kind of cool concept.
Yeah, I mean, we got 3 hours to fill, so it'll be really interesting to see. So Aykroyd not announced yet. If Aykroyd is not announced in the next group of people for the show, I would be stunned. So, I would look forward to seeing him at the show. That would be a huge shame if he wasn't there. So he's the only one of the original cast that right now has not been announced yet. Somebody who was announced, though, is Jane Curtin, who I am thrilled about. I mean, I love Jane so much. One of my favorite cast members also of all time. I think she's now finally getting her due where she's getting appreciated. And I think, part of that was her role at SNL40 with Tina and Amy at the update desk, and her being up there and saying, "Oh, I'm so excited to be with you too." And just like, being that original woman at the update desk and seeing how much better SNL ended up being for women, to me was just like such a lovely thing to come out of SNL40. So now Jane is back 10 years later, will definitely be a part of this. Rebecca, I'll start with you on this. What do you think we might see from Jane Curtin this weekend?
I mean, Jane was kind of one of the standouts in SNL40, and I think kind of got new light in the fandom and was extra appreciated, as you were saying. And I think if she's really dedicated the way that she really had a lot of spotlight on her in 40, we could really see her be a big key player here. I don't foresee her on the update desk again. That wouldn't make the most sense, but I think we would actually see her like with a big light shined on her in the way that she really rose to the occasion and got a whole new appreciation from people that probably were not fully here, but I don't foresee her being on update. I think we've kind of been there, done that, and they're not going to want to repeat that like big moment that we saw.
Sammy, what would you expect Jane to do this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, like I said before, maybe Coneheads. I think you brought up a great point as far as the makeup of it all, so that might make it difficult. Yeah, this is another one of those that for me is sort of difficult to predict, because I think they sort of nailed it so well in SNL40. But I think just anything to really spotlight her and Lorraine and obviously Gilda Radner, who's no longer with us, as the first women on SNL. I mean, just going back to 1975 and just the fact that they were there for that. I mean, doing something that I think really pays tribute to that, which again, I know they kind of did that through Update during SNL40, but being able to see something with her and Lorraine together, especially because I think they are still pretty good friends. And I guess we didn't really see them, the two of them together so much in SNL40. So I guess for me, seeing both of them do something together would be something great to see.
Bill, what do you think about Jane?
Yeah, if you're looking for a different place to put her as opposed to the 40th, maybe we'll get Joan Face. And kind of going back to Aykroyd for a second, maybe you'll get Joan Face or Erwin Mainway in a sketch. If you can find a way to expand that, include, to get as many people into these sketches as possible. I think that's a good way that we could see her. She was so prominent in that host role. She did a lot of great sketches as the talk show host with people like Dan and Buck Henry. So that might be a possibility.
Yeah, I think because she has, such a storied, narrative about her time at the update desk, I think that people forget that she was a really good sketch player and a really good anchor of sketches. So Bill pointing out Joan Face as one of the original straight people in a sketch to talk to the weirdo, I think it could be a really fascinating role for her this weekend that's a little bit different. So I was pumped when I saw that she will for sure be there. Because I believe there was an anniversary special where she couldn't make it. So it's always great to get her there. Yeah, 25th. Yeah, exactly. Okay, Garrett Morris was also announced today, cast member for all original 5 seasons. He's somebody who I believe is currently the oldest living cast member, into his 90s now. So very exciting that Garrett will be there. Don't know what role or capacity he will be. I know he did the News for the Hard of Hearing in SNL40. I think there's a big, movement now for people really appreciating Garrett, the first Black cast member on the show, somebody who was really well portrayed in Saturday Night, the film that came out earlier this year, and probably was the one that really, people walked away being like, oh, wow, that Lamorne Morris playing Garrett Morris did an incredible job there. So I'm fascinated for what we might get from Garrett this weekend. Bill, I'll start with you on that one. What do you expect from Garrett?
Well, I think there's 2 possibilities here if you're going to put him in a sketch outside of honoring the original era cast members that are still with us. Maybe we get, he's 88, so this might be a stretch.
Sorry.
Maybe he's in Death Row Follies. Maybe we find a way to include that. That's his most iconic moment in his time on the show. Or maybe you get him as the Chico Escuela, retired baseball player. Again, maybe in a talk show setting where you get a chance to let him talk and talk about how baseball was very, very good to him.
Sammy, I remember watching last year or 2 years ago his Hollywood Walk of Fame induction ceremony, and I was so excited to see how with it Garrett still was. Like at 88 years old, like you never know, but he still had his comedic timing, sounded great, looked great. I definitely think we could get something fun from him this weekend. What would you like to see?
Yeah, again, like you guys all said, the oldest living cast member, I think that's amazing that he's still with us. So being able to honor him, obviously, maybe for the last time, giving him a big moment, I think would be great. Obviously Eddie Murphy got a big moment during SNL40. I do think, something like that, I think could be interesting for Garrett Morris. Again, the first Black cast member on SNL, going back to 1975 is a big deal. And like you said, John, I think he's still with it based on his tweets. He's still pretty funny on Twitter. So I'd like to see him do something, with a comedic edge and not just, stand up on stage and wave. But yeah, I'm not exactly sure, what we'll see from Garrett.
Rebecca, any thoughts on what we may see from Garrett?
Yeah, I was going to say, if they honored him in the way of, now a lot of people are hearing the name again and being reminded that he was the first Black cast member, and we've seen a whole slew of awesome Black cast members since that have really been pivotal part of the show. And a classic sketch that really honors that would be a Black Jeopardy, and it would be pretty iconic if he was one of the guests in that. That was a huge, one of the most famous in recent days sketches. So that'd be my mind, but I can also see it's either going to be a big honor and a huge moment, or it's going to be something a little less special, which I fear could be a thing. And I think I would love to see him play the sax. I don't know how much energy, where we could really have that shine, but if they're going to do a musical production, giving a sax solo, that would be a really cool moment to also show something that he's known for too, in addition to his comedy. So
Let's talk about Lorraine Newman, probably the most underappreciated cast member from the original era. Somebody who, out of all the original cast, talks about the show the most. She still loves SNL, watches every single week, does a ton of interviews about the show, and was a big part of SNL40. She was in the Californians. She did the Super Bassomatic. And if you haven't seen on Instagram, she posted a picture of her dressing room that she's already there at 30 Rock preparing for the show this weekend. So I expect her to have a really fun role in the 50th. And that's something I was like, oh, wow, it's only Monday and she's already there. This is going to be good. Sammy, what do you think we might see from Lorraine this weekend?
I didn't see that. That's awesome that she's already there. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, it was really cool to see her with sort of that season 32, 33 cast in the Californians. So because she's such, in my opinion, like such a great sketch performer who in recent years on talk shows or whatever, I think is still has like really great comedic chops. I'm hoping we see her in sort of a similar thing as SNL40, where she is able to play off other cast members, not necessarily from her era. So, whether that be in something, with that Cecily Strong, Kate McKinnon group of cast members, I think that would be cool to see from Lorraine.
Rebecca, what about you? Anything you're excited to see from Lorraine Newman?
yeah, I think she could be just an awesome sketch player. I think we really saw that in 40, and it kind of set the expectations high for her to make a big, like, as a role in a big thing. One of the biggest missed opportunities that Hannah Einbinder did not host this past season, like a lot of people kind of anticipated her to. She made a cameo in the Gene Smart episode, but that's such a missed opportunity because that would have been such a full circle moment. And I can't imagine that they did not think about that. And there was clearly a reason that she was not the host, but that was really unfortunate because that's something I would have been really, really excited for. And we would have been talking about without a doubt right now if Hannah had hosted that. They would have a moment, the two of them together. But I really think she'll be in a sketch again. I thought she did a great job at 40, and why not? That's kind of now what people are going to look forward to.
Bill, any fun thoughts on what we could see from Lorraine this weekend?
I'm really kind of hoping for her reporter on Update and maybe kind of bridge the gap from the first female. I mean, Gilda did some work on Update, obviously, but she kind of took the reins as when Chevy would cut to her standing outside the Blaine Hotel, and maybe incorporate Sarah into that somehow. Sarah as kind of the person, the go-to on Update today. Finding a fun way to mix these two generations, the first and the most recent generation, together. That would be fantastic to me.
Yeah, so that is it for the original cast members. Obviously, our thoughts are with, John Belushi and Gilda Radner, who I'm sure they will honor this weekend, the heartbeats of, the original era that, would have been amazing to see them there. And we'll talk next about the first new cast member added to the show. Bill Murray, somebody who has not been announced yet for the show, had probably the biggest show-stopping part of SNL40 when he sang the theme from Jaws during the musical montage. That was just an unbelievable moment. And obviously, Bill Murray, a big part of SNL history, has hosted a bunch of times as well, did Weekend Update, and is often included as a part of this original group of cast members that made the show what it was. So the expectation would be that you have to have Bill Murray at the show this weekend. Bill, heading back to you, what would you like to see from Bill, and do you expect him to be there?
I expect him to be there. Does he make it 3 for 3 with Nick the Lounge Singer? I think he's one of the few to recur a character at anniversary specials. He opened the 25th with Nick the Lounge Singer, and as you referenced, that he does that at SNL40, and it's fantastic. I think there's a chance that I don't think they'll go back that route. Maybe he'll do Celebrity Corner. You have the most celebrities that you ever have in the building. That was one of his hallmarks at the Update desk, even when he wasn't hosting Weekend Update. So maybe you get some kind of Oscar/Celebrity Corner that you can have for Bill.
Rebecca, what would you like to see from Bill Murray this weekend?
I think it would be really nice if he reprised the role again. It's kind of a full circle moment for him. I'm shocked he wasn't in the original announcement, but I will be very shocked if we don't see him there. But I think he'll do Nick the Lounge Singer, and I think that's what I would like to see from him there.
Yeah, and he's definitely, one of those guys that we've seen on the show more from like the original era than anybody else. He showed up when the Cubs won the World Series. He participated in, like, he was one of the Trump administration people as well, like in a cold open in 2018. So he hasn't been around the last few years, but I just would be stunned if he wasn't there. So Sammy, your thoughts on Bill Murray this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, I know he's even talked recently in interviews about wanting to host this season, so I think he'll definitely be a part of SNL50. And I'm with Rebecca on this one. I think for me, the Nick the Lounge Singer portion of SNL40 was like a big highlight, and I think even like that character throughout the original era on the show was a recurring character that I personally was never sick of, because I do feel like that template is something you're able to change and kind of keep it fresh. So as long as Bill Murray can still sort of sing, obviously he's getting up there in age, I think I'd love to see that. And also a good opportunity to see Paul Schaefer as well.
Yeah, who we'll talk about in a moment. But yeah, Bill Murray, again, a big name, not announced yet. I would be pretty surprised if he's not announced in the next set of cast members coming in. Okay, so let's talk about we're going to talk about some writers here who ended up being cast members on the show. I want to talk about one in particular to kick this off, and that would be Al Franken. So Al Franken, a major part of SNL history, one of the original writers, became feature players, the first feature player in the history of the show, along with Tom Davis. And he wrote for the show. He was the head writer. He was a producer, and he was on the show for more seasons than anybody, at first, when he did come back, and then ended up doing a lot of Stuart Smalley. So we haven't seen him on the show in a long time. He had that role as a senator for a while. If I get that right, the politics of it all.
Yes, role. It's funny to say.
He took the role of senator. But and then, obviously, stepped down, I believe, at a certain point as well. There was some Me Too stuff in there, but we haven't seen Al Franken on the show in a really long time. I know he really loves talking about SNL. He did a podcast with Jim Downey a little while ago, talking about some of his favorite moments. So I wonder if we see him on camera. I would assume he would be invited to the special. So, Sammy, what do you think we could see from Franken this weekend, or do you think it'd just be maybe in the audience?
If anything from Al Franken, I think some sort of tribute to the writers. Obviously, one of the original writers from the show who was on for many, many years. I think he just popped up in that one of the SNL documentaries. So, I think he'll be invited. I think he'll be there. I do think if he's in it in any sort of capacity, it would be something writer related. I don't think we're seeing Stuart Smalley in SNL50.
Bill, what do you think we may get from Franken?
Yeah, it's hard to imagine. I mean, he didn't have a lot of characters per se. He's obviously not going to do the Franken and Davis show with Tom no longer being with us. Stewart probably doesn't translate to 2025. So, I mean, I love that idea, Sammy, that we get a tribute to the writers. We're always trumpeting these unbelievable writers that we have on the show throughout the years. Maybe we get something along that lines where we kind of acknowledge all the great names that have come through. But as far as like sketch work, I can't imagine that.
Yeah, I was going to bring this up, and I saw our friend Urban in the chat brought it up. The Al Franken decade. I mean, that was such a big part of SNL. The 80s are going to be the Al Franken decade. Then his son's decade. Is it possible that gets brought up somewhere, Bill?
Well, it's the Al Franken millennium now, I believe, right? Wasn't that the last time he brought that up? So he's got it covered for the next 1,000 years. I'd love that idea, though.
Yeah, that could be very fun. Rebecca, did you say you think that he will be there?
I don't think he'll be there. I mean, to be fair,
you don't think he's even going to attend the show?
I think I don't know. Are they going to invite? I feel like it'd be an open invite. You're on the cast, you're invited. But I feel like it's more insulting to have someone sit in the audience than at least just put them in the back of something.
No. There's going to be so many cast members that are going to be sitting there that are not going to be in anything. So
then maybe he'll be sitting there. But I don't know. I think they should really talk about the writers. We have 3 hours, and that's the main part of the show is the writing and the right staff, and even go through like the behind the scenes, which they're doing in a lot of these documentaries. But for everyone to see. That's kind of the only way I think he'll show up in something. But yeah, then I guess he'll be in the audience. But
Yeah,
I
Ella says
don't
he's in the
foresee
city,
him.
so I think he'll be attending the show. I
Yeah.
don't think we'll see him on camera unless they pan to the audience. Okay, let's talk about other writers from those, that final year of the original cast. So Paul Schaefer, Sammy brought him up earlier. There's Don Novello, Father Guido Sarducci. He recently did the New York Magazine shoot. Harry Shearer was a sort of a featured player and then became a repertory player in season 5 and then brought back again in season 10. There's Jim Downey, one of the greatest writers in SNL history, Tom Schiller, obviously known for his Schiller Reels, and Alan Zweibel, all season 5 cast members. So I'll group them all together and we'll talk about any of those that we think we might see in the special. So Bill, I'll start with you on this one. Out of that group, anyone you think we might see on camera, who will be there, who won't be there?
I can't imagine Shearer being there. I don't even think he would talk about the show. He's still bitter from his 2 stints on the show. So that's hard to imagine. I think the only possibility that we would get on camera would be Don Novello. Obviously, he's up in age as well, but he has one of the most iconic characters. And the fact that he was in New York Magazine was so wonderful to see, that he's still out there, still talking about SNL. So that, I think that's really the only possibility, Father Guido Sarducci.
Sammy, you mentioned we might see Paul Schaefer. Do you think that would be the case?
Yeah, I think that only happens if we get Nick the Lounge Singer, which I still, if I'm, placing bets on certain characters, I think that there's a good shot at that. So I honestly think of this group, because of that reason, that is the most likely to expect. Obviously, Father Guido Sarducci was such a big part of sort of the first 5, and also sort of, when he came back to host and things like that. So we could maybe see him. But yeah, otherwise, I mean, Jim Downey, a legendary writer, but, unless we, like I said, get some sort of tribute, I don't think we'll necessarily see him on camera. So I think if I'm placing money on this group, I'm going to go with Paul Schaefer.
Rebecca, what do you think?
I would have said the same, because I really am team Nick the Lounge Singer showing up in this. And I think, Paul Schaefer will probably be there. I can't think of any of these other people that would be on the screen. I don't know how much sense it would make unless they're really going to honor a bunch of the different people. But yeah, I think he's the best bet here. But I'm not even certain. Unless we see Nick the Lounge Singer, I don't think he would be there.
Yeah, I think Novello, Downey, Schiller, Zweibel, I think they're all invited to the show. I wouldn't be surprised if you saw their faces in the audience somewhere. I think Paul Schaefer probably has the best chance to appear on camera. And my understanding is that Paul Schaefer and his band from the Letterman show are taking over for the Roots on Jimmy Fallon this week, while the Roots are preparing for the SNL50 concert on Friday night. So I'm not sure if that's later on in the week that they're doing that, but he's definitely in New York, Paul, in the building. So I would assume that Paul is there for something with SNL50, the anniversary special. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him on camera on Sunday. Okay, let's talk about after the original era. So we're going to talk about the Ebersol or the Jean Doumanian cast. We'll take out Eddie and Joe for a second. Let's talk about Denny Dillon, Gail Mathias, Anne Risley. Will we see any of those there? The women of the season 6 cast. Bill, what are your thoughts?
I think Denny and Gail will probably be there. Will they be on camera? No, I can't imagine. We've pretty much erased that timeline from the Lauren era.
Yeah, I definitely know that Denny and Gail recently lost her home, actually, and I'm glad to hear that she's doing okay. But I think there was some question of if she would be going after that. But I know for sure that Denny and Gail will be attending the special. The question is, Sammy, do they do some sort of thing to honor some of the cast members that they've never shown on camera before? Could they possibly show somebody like Denny and Gail?
I mean, I personally wish this show was like 5 or 6 hours, and in that case, I think you would get, I'm the person who wants the Oscars to be like 5 hours, so I obviously want SNL50 to be 5-6 hours. So, yeah, in that world, we would see more of a spotlight for these two. Gail is somebody who, when I went and watched season 6, I was super impressed by and wish she had been on the show for longer. But no, I don't think we'll be seeing them as part of any sketches, really.
Yeah, I don't think we will, but it would be cool if they got a good spot on camera. Anne Risley, I don't think will be there. I don't think she's had anything to do with the show, and people have tried to find her for many years. Speaking of somebody that people have been trying to find, if Yvonne Hudson made an appearance in SNL50 this weekend, the whole world would explode. It would just be the biggest. There is nothing bigger that could happen on the anniversary special this weekend than if Yvonne Hudson came out for an appearance. She is somebody that nobody has been able to find for over 30 years, has no internet presence whatsoever. People don't know where she is, what she's doing, if she's still around. But if Yvonne Hudson, the first female black woman cast member ever to be on the show, was somehow able to make it onto SNL50, it would be absolutely incredible. I also don't think we're going to see Matthew Lawrence or Patrick Weathers, season 6 featured players. Rebecca, anything on those people that we just spoke about?
The only way I would see, if they're really going to tribute like through the years, and we saw that they were really celebrating like women on the cast before, they're going to do anything in the LGBTQ space, having the first lesbian cast member as Denny. That's the only way, if they're like really going to make this a celebratory, having people through the years like that. That's obviously such a big part of SNL, and such a big part of SNL from 40 to 50. I mean, Bowen Yang has cemented himself as one of the premier characters, and he's really had an influence on the show, I think. So in that way, but I don't think we're really going to see them pass the audience.
Yeah, but I'm glad that they will be there. So that'll be exciting. Hopefully we'll get to see some pictures of them on the carpet. Okay, let's talk about some of the big names from that era. So starting with Eddie Murphy, who was announced that he will be there this weekend. During SNL40, it was a huge deal that for the first time in a really long time, Eddie was returning to the show. He has this big moment where Chris Rock introduces him. He comes out and it's kind of a bust. It's not very exciting. So he talks, and then there's this awkward moment where he doesn't know where to go to commercial. Since that moment, he has hosted in season 45 and properly had a celebration in an amazing episode, him coming out, reprising his old characters. And now he's ingrained back into the show. So Bill, what could we get from Eddie Murphy this weekend?
Well, let's hope above hope that he's actually in a sketch this time. Now that he feels comfortable back in the SNL universe, after, as you mentioned, that the only thing that was more cringe in the 40th was the whole Palin interaction. And that was really sad to watch as a huge Eddie Murphy fan. Getting the redemption story in 2019, getting to see what he was able to do, that he still had the chops to carry a sketch. I think we'll see him in something. Boy, I don't know what, I mean, would he do James Brown? Would he do, because is he going to
He tried to get him to do Bill Cosby in SNL40, but he wouldn't do it.
That's right. But like, he just did Gumby. He just did Velvet Jones. So I don't know. Like, if you're going to go for something different that he hasn't done in a long time, I think that would probably be the way to go.
Sammy, what would you like to see from Eddie Murphy this weekend?
Yeah, I really do remember that feeling of watching SNL40, and this is post Eddie Murphy's sort of peak movie stardom, and him just coming out there and not being in a sketch. Was very disappointed by that. He more than made up for it when he hosted a couple years ago. So I think announcing him this early and putting that out there, I think he will be in some sort of sketch. I think we've really only seen him interact with that late 2010s cast. So I think being able to see him interact with, an Adam Sandler, like some Kristen Wiig, like a real like big name, like another star of the show, I think would be really cool. Because we've seen a lot of those characters recently, I think with him, they might go more of the impression route or him playing himself. So if we do get, I don't know if we'll get Celebrity Jeopardy because Alex Trebek is no longer with us, but if we got like a Celebrity Family Feud as sort of a vehicle for impressions, having him do something like Stevie Wonder or something like that, I think would be cool to see that part of Eddie.
That's a really good point because, Phil Hartman no longer around, but Eddie Murphy is the one that is in most people's top 10 list who hasn't really done sketch work with other SNL legends. He was on with Kate McKinnon when he hosted, but you're so right. There's a lot of people who will be in the building who would be really excited to be with Eddie Murphy in a sketch. So, Rebecca, what do you think we could see from Eddie this weekend?
Yeah, I think he'll be more in sketch work. I don't think we're gonna have the huge spotlight on him for two reasons. One, they did that in 40, and I feel like they're going to probably not highlight the same exact people to the extent that they already did 10 years ago. And because he was recently a host, I don't think he'll do like his really famous character work. I mean, Gumby could be someone that like I personally would like to see, but I don't think they would. I think it would be more of impression or even playing himself in something like that. But I think he'll be in sketch work. At least I hope now that like he's gotten over that hurdle. I think that's kind of where he'll probably shine in this special.
Let's talk about Joe Piscopo, who will also be there. He told Gary Kroger on his podcast that he's definitely attending this weekend. So it'll be exciting to see what we could see from Joe. Could we perhaps get Eddie and Joe together for the first time on the show in a really long time? That's something to think about. Joe Piscopo did participate in SNL40. He did his Frank Sinatra in the musical impressions. So it would be really fun to see Joe Piscopo involved in the special this weekend. Rebecca, I'm going to head over back to you. What do you think we could get from Joe?
I mean, if we're going to do a New York musical, him as Frank Sinatra singing New York, New York, I mean, to me, that's kind of the no-brainer there. That would be pretty iconic. Also, the way that the 50th special, they've really honed in, and we know that they do this, but they really honed in on New York as a city, as a really big place for this. And I don't know, that would kind of be where my mind goes just for him to sing New York, New York as Frank Sinatra, as they're really lifting up New York as a city.
Sammy, what do you think we could see from Joe Piscopo this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's ready to do Frank Sinatra. He's just waiting for the call. He'll do it. You don't need to ask him twice. I think, Rebecca, that's a great call, having him in a New York musical. I think it would be really cool to see him and Eddie Murphy together. I think most likely you're gonna get him sort of alone as a solo piece, similar to SNL40, or maybe you get him in a sketch with Eddie Murphy. I think that if you're talking about full circle moments, I think that would be pretty cool.
Bill, what would you be excited to get from Joe Piscopo this weekend?
I mean, if we're going to recreate, as they did in the 40th, iconic sketches, Ebony and Ivory with Eddie and Joe sitting at the piano. They've both aged into it at this point, right? So I think that makes a lot of sense if you're going to do similar things that you did in the 40th. So I'm with everybody. I hope the two of them are in something together, whatever it is.
Yeah, that would be a real dream to get them back together. Next up on the list, we got Brian Doyle Murray. I don't think he'll be there. I know, Bill Murray will be there, but I don't think Brian, my understanding is I don't think Brian has a great relationship with Lauren. So because he did, come back for the Ebersol era and Gene's era. So I don't think that ever got repaired. Laurie Metcalf and Emily Prager, very brief featured players. I doubt will be there. Christine Ebersol, I think, will be there on camera. Probably not, but I think she'll be in the audience. She obviously had a huge career outside of SNL. We got to interview her last year, so I'd be pretty surprised if she wasn't invited. But I think we can all agree that we're not going to see her on camera in any way. There are a few other Ebersol era people who had big roles on the show for many years and they weren't celebrated because, Eddie and Joe were mostly remembered for that era. So let's talk about that group and who we might see there this weekend. So I'll talk about Robin Duke, Tim Kazurinsky, Mary Gross, Brad Hall, and Gary Kroger, and Julia Louis-Dreyfus. Obviously, the one out of all of them that is the biggest name is Julia, who ends up hosting 3 times, but was very young when she was on the show. So let's talk about those season 7 and season 8 cast members and what we could see from them during the special. So, Bill, any one of those 5 names you think we might get on camera?
I'd be surprised for a lot of these. Obviously, Gary Kroger, a friend of the show, friend of the pod. I love the idea that he could be in something. I can't imagine that. Tim Kazurinsky, I got the chance to meet him at a Comic-Con last summer, and he was surprisingly high on SNL. He really loved talking about it. He said that he would definitely be there. He's never missed an anniversary special. So maybe if he's still got this, he has a good relationship with Lauren, maybe we get him in something.
Sammy, what about you? Anyone from those, season 7 or 8 cast members that you think we could get something fun for them?
Yeah, I mean, I think, it'd be a great full circle moment for the pod if Tim Kazurinsky was there, and we can have a live camera on TJ's face just to see his moment of seeing him on SNL. I think that would be great. I mean, from this group, I think you'll see Julia Louis-Dreyfus there in some capacity. I think because of that, you'll probably see Brad Hall there, but not necessarily in sketches. I mean, maybe if they're doing a big weekend update, SNL news type of thing, but I'm not going to bet on that one. And then again, shout out Gary Kroger. Yeah, really enjoyed his work on the show, but yeah, I mean, I think he'll be there, but he won't necessarily participate.
Rebecca, any predictions for Robin Duke, Tim Kazurinsky, Mary Gross, Brad Hall, Gary Kroger, Julia Louis-Dreyfus?
I mean, if we see Julia Louis-Dreyfus in the audience, I'll be surprised if she's not in something. Like, to me, that would be a miss. Also, like, all of her friends were announced already. So it would be a nice thing now that they're not particularly friends through SNL, but they've a lot of overlap and work together. And it would be really nice to see her. Obviously, if we see her in the audience, we'll see her with Brad Hall. But I don't foresee, if we didn't really get a spotlight on a lot of these people in 40 and 10 years have passed, I don't really see a world in which we're going to get a huge spotlight on them now. That wouldn't make the most sense to me, but maybe we'll see a couple of them just scattered in the audience.
Yeah, I think Julia's the really interesting question mark here with her last hosting in season 41. So that, the last time was after SNL50. She's definitely somebody who I think could be a part of the special. And I think they should make an effort to have her a part of the special if she wants to be, because she's a really big name and represents that era really well. So I don't think Brad would want to be on camera, but if they pan to the audience, I'm sure he'll be next to Julia. Gary will for sure be there, so it would be fun to see him in the audience. Kazurinsky, as Bill said, I think will probably be there. Robin Duke, I know will be there. So I think she's pretty good friends with Martin Short. So, she has some friends that are there. So she'll be there. The one that I don't think will be there is Mary Gross. She's a lovely, lovely person, but I don't think health-wise that she will be there. But certainly I'm glad we got to celebrate her last year when we got to interview her on the podcast here. So let's turn to Jim Belushi, who is our season 9 cast member that got added to the show. We last saw him on the special, partying it up with Dan Aykroyd, doing some Blues Brothers in honor of his brother, John. And we actually got to interview Jim Belushi last year, Bill, at Blues Brothers Con. So what would you expect to see from Jim Belushi this weekend at SNL50?
Yeah, he was another one that was very psyched speaking with him about the 50th. And he said that he really didn't see a way where he wouldn't be there as well. So that kind of lends into the thought of Blues Brothers making another appearance because there's not a lot of other stuff that you could imagine Jim doing in an anniversary special for SNL. I mean, he had a couple of characters, but nothing that really stood out. So maybe that is something that we do see after all.
Sammy, any thoughts on Jim Belushi's appearance or potential appearance this weekend?
Yeah, I think he'll definitely be there. I think he'll probably be involved in the sketch. I think, to obviously honor his brother, John. Great opportunity to do that there. Something I always liked from him on the show were his corny white raps he would do on Update. Don't think we're going to see that, but, there's such a big history of SNL with music. I don't think we're seeing that, but I have not had the opportunity to shout that out on any of these pods, but I think he'll be there for sure.
Yeah, I think he'll for sure be on camera. I know even going back to the 15th where he honored John with Dan. So, I mean, I don't know how you have him there and not put him on camera somewhere, Rebecca. So any thoughts on Jim Belushi?
I mean, if he has the corny white raps and we do have Please Don't Destroy or we have Lonely Island, they produce a lot of corny white raps. So it would be cool if he had like a verse in one of the songs there. And I do feel we'll see him for sure on camera. I don't know what regard if they do Blues Brothers. I think he'll definitely be there, but I don't know if they're going to do that again. But it would be fun to see him kind of have a crossover as a corny white rapper.
Let's talk about Billy Crystal. So obviously, somebody who has been a big part of SNL history. He hosted before he was a cast member, then became a cast member. He actually did appear on the show in the last 10 years where he joined Vanessa Bayer for for the what's the name of that character, guys? I'm blanking.
Jacob the Bar Mitzvah Boy.
Jacob, thank you. Yeah, shame on me. But Jacob the Bar Mitzvah Boy as his father. So Billy Crystal was a part of SNL40 as well, where he was part of that host monologue. So I would be pretty surprised if they don't find a way to include Billy. Rebecca, I know he recently he hosted the fundraiser that they did those concerts in LA for fire for the LA wildfires. So he's still like a very big name that could be a part of this next group of announcements. Any thoughts from you on Billy Crystal's involvement in SNL50?
I think he'll definitely be there. I think he's also so iconic, and from these earlier seasons where right at that time, I feel like he's made such a name for himself. He's still very, very involved in the culture and as a name. And I don't know if we'll see him in the monologue part again. It would honestly be really cool to see him in a sketch, but he'll definitely be on camera. If they don't announce him in the next group of people, I'd be really shocked.
Billy Kenny, what do you think we're going to get from Crystal?
Maybe we get Fernando again. I believe he did Fernando at some point, right? Did he do that at the 25th?
I think at the 25th, yeah.
Yeah. So maybe you get something like that because unfortunately, a lot of his characters are problematic in the modern age as far as impressions. But yeah, I love the thought of this. Billy's always been one of my favorites. It's a shame that he has not come back to host since Lauren came back to the show. But again, he has been at the anniversary. So at least we have that. Yeah, I think he'll be on camera for sure.
Sammy?
Yeah, I mean, a want for me would be for him to do something with Martin Short. They were on the cast together, and the fact that Martin Short's come back so many times and we haven't gotten anything with the two of them particularly, I think that would be cool. I think he'll definitely be on camera in some sort of sketch or similar to the host monologue. I'm pretty confident in that one.
So other season 10 cast members that are on this list. So Christopher Guest is somebody who should be celebrated for his time at the show. And it would be very cool to get Christopher Guest in something with Billy Crystal. My understanding is Christopher Guest does not like talking about his time at Saturday Night Live. So I don't think there's any chance that he will be there. But I'm glad that Billy at least represents that era and would be a part of it. We also have Rich Hall and Pamela Stevenson, who I don't think have been involved in SNL since they've been there. So I don't think we would see them. But there is Marty Short on this list, who was announced as part of the special guests that will be at the show. So I assume that Marty's going to have a pretty big role this weekend, Bill. And obviously was the one SNL alumni who had a huge show in season 50 with his Christmas show and getting his 5-timers jacket. So what else could we see from Marty at the anniversary special, Bill?
Yeah, clearly somebody over at the show is listening to the pod, John, because they've heard us, as Sammy alluded to earlier, debating his cast memberness versus his hostness. And I mean, this makes a lot of sense. He's a friend of Lauren. He's been a huge part of the show the last, 15, 20 years, especially with his hosting gigs. Had that great co-hosting gig with Steve Martin not too long ago. I mean, that's a possibility that we kind of get a recreation of that monologue where they're kind of roasting each other at their funerals, expand the universe and make it about more people that are on the stage besides those two. He could do Ed Grimley too. I mean, who knows? But yeah, he's obviously going to have a huge part, and that's very, very exciting.
Sammy, what would you like to see from Marty this weekend?
You know that. You don't think I know that? No, I would obviously love to see Nathan Thurm. I've talked about this with John so many times. I don't think that's going to happen, but I would love to see it. Bill, I think that's a great idea. Something with Steve Martin doing their sort of eulogy bit, doing that for Lorne, or just the show in general, something like that. I think would be a cool use of Martin Short. Obviously, we just saw him a little over a month ago. But yeah, we didn't see any of his iconic characters in that episode really. So I mean, yeah, one of them, Jackie Rogers Jr., Ed Grimley, one of those would be very happy to see.
And Rebecca, what do you think we might get from Marty this weekend?
I think we'll see in the monologue sense with Steve Martin. When my mind goes to this, this is kind of a tangent, but my obvious thing for a weekend update segment would be a joke swap with a bunch of the old weekend update hosts, or let Chevy Chase write a joke for everyone for that. But they don't do something like that with just the weekend update, and they really take duos from the show. And I could imagine like Martin Short, Steve Martin doing a joke swap type of thing with Che and Jost, and even like Tina and Amy, maybe. Like, there are only so many people that are such cemented duos that the show not is only recognized in sketches, but they've hosted together. So when you think of duos, my go-to mindset is a joke swap. And if they don't utilize that format for a weekend update, I think it would be cool to have the duos do something like that. And maybe that's like a new take on something they kind of have already done, but in a way that's kind of more towards the show.
So there's some one season 11 cast members that we could talk about very briefly. So there's Joan Cusack, Robert Downey Jr., Anthony Michael Hall, Randy Quaid, and Terry Sweeney. Could we potentially see any there? Obviously, the big name that would be massive if he showed up. Also, I want to just put Damon Wayans in there as well. The huge name would be Robert Downey Jr. Sammy, I know you've been talking about in every single draft we've ever had here on the podcast. You've been hoping that Robert Downey Jr. does something to do with Saturday Night Live. Is it a possibility this weekend?
Yeah, listen, I said in the last draft that I would never pick him again in any sort of draft. So this is, I'm putting all my chips in on Robert Downey Jr. I think it's going to happen. I'm less confident in him hosting at this point than I was maybe, before this season. He is about to come back to the MCU, and he just won an Oscar. I think as far as victory laps go, I think having him come back to SNL, even though his time on the show is not really anything to write home about whatsoever. I think it would just be cool to see in this. He was a Lorne Michaels hired cast member, so I don't know what their relationship's like. Obviously, he came back to host, sometime after, but I think it's going to happen, but we'll see.
Rebecca, they just released a documentary about season 11, so it would be really interesting if they did something with some of these cast members. Do you have any thoughts?
I don't think they'll announce him. I think he would make a surprise cameo. I think if he's going to be in it, it's going to be a really big deal. And I would love to see it. I mean, his like SNL in the opening credits, he's so hot. It's like my Roman Empire. But I think it would be something that's a surprise. I don't think we'll know until Sunday if he's going to be there. There are only so many people that it would be pretty shocking if they came, and they haven't really had that thing. And he's one of those people that I think could actually really like gag the audience, where it's like, oh my God, he's here. And there are only so many people that, like, everyone else you kind of expect. So I would put my money down that he would be there, because he has had a little more of a resurgence than he's had in his career because of the Marvel stuff. So I think now's his time.
Bill, you think we're going to get Robert Downey Jr. in a Californian sketch?
No, the suitcase sketch is going to be recreated. No, I agree with what a lot of these guys are saying. This could be the Eddie Murphy in 40, maybe without the awkwardness, where he comes out, gets his accolades. Now, obviously, it's a very different arc. He did not have a good showing at the show when he was there, but what he's been able to do since becoming the only Oscar winner, I believe, in SNL cast member history. So, I think there is a possibility that would be, and I love the idea Rebecca says that it would be a surprise, because for something that we're completely promoting, putting all these huge names out there on every social media, to kind of have something that nobody's expecting would be fantastic.
Would be very, very cool. The other one is interesting is Terry Sweeney to me, because he, I believe, was in that New York Magazine shoot as well. So they definitely like pulled out some interesting names there. So would be interesting. I wonder if Damon Wayans is another type of person that is at least in the audience, but definitely some question marks from them. Some other season 11 hires that had more prolific SNL careers we'll talk about next. So let's start with Nora Dunn, who joins the cast in 1985 and sticks around for another 5 years. And she is somebody who I think gets no due, but she is someone who should be more celebrated for her time on the show. My understanding is that during SNL40, I'm unclear if she was there or not, but I know that they at least asked her if she wanted to do one of the Sweeney sisters, even though Jan wasn't there. I know that they tried to get Nora to be a part of that musical montage and she didn't want to. So, Bill, is it possible that we see Nora Dunn at some point this weekend?
Yeah, I feel like she's come around on her time on the show. Obviously, it ended pretty badly with the whole Andrew Dice Clay thing, them fake killing her in a live show right before she was not coming back. But on social media, she's been a lot more receptive to talking about it. I've had a couple interactions with her, and she's very receptive to the idea. And she loved that cast. Obviously, she was at the 25th when they honored Phil, when they got the whole cast together outside of Dana not being there because of health issues. So I do think it's a possibility, maybe in a Pat Stevens role.
That would be very, very cool. Ellis in the chat says that Nora was at the 40th. So was there, did not appear on camera. Could be cool to get her. Sammy, what do you think?
Yeah, I totally agree with Bill that I'd love to see it. The Pat Stevens show character, I really like those sketches. I don't think we're going to necessarily see that brought back. I mean, SNL40 happened just a few months after we lost Jan, so I can understand not wanting to do that. But it's such a tricky thing because it's such an iconic duo character. But at the same time, their relationship on the show, having a tribute to Jan Hooks, I think would be special, and also just an opportunity to honor Nora Dunn, who, like you guys have said, does not necessarily get her flowers as being part of that sort of second golden era cast. So I hope she participates in some sort of sketch.
Rebecca, what about you? Anything on Nora Dunn?
I really, really love her just as a person. And I want to see her. I don't think we're going to see her in a pivotal role. I think we could see her in the audience. Unfortunately, I don't know how much they're really going to play into. I think they might have people in a role like introducing things and a musical guest situation. I don't know how much of a tribute they're going to play to people who have passed. And if they were going to do one like for Jan Hooks, they probably wouldn't take the full time because it was right before the 40th. That I don't know. I don't really foresee her being a huge part, but I hope they utilize every moment, as we know they will. But like having her come up and just introducing something from the audience, that I could really see being like, here's this next. I think that's how they'll use a lot of these people too, that also aren't going to be in there, but like let's see them on screen and have them have a huge round of applause and all of that, and then put them back in the audience. That's where I can see her shining. But if they're going to really utilize people like that, I think she'll be on the top of the list for people that'll have the camera spotlight there.
Let's talk about John Lovitz, who had a pretty big role in SNL40, was the guy who they kept going back to as RIP John Lovitz. Do they continue the bit this weekend with him, Sammy, that he is still dead?
I think they should. I think we're talking about ways that's different from the 40th. I think that'd be a great callback. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, we haven't seen, any of his sort of classic characters in a while. I know he did sort of a liar type George Santos character on Fallon. So, I think seeing a character from Lovitz would be cool, but I think they should continue the bit from SNL40.
Yeah, he did play Alan Dershowitz on SNL in season 45 right before the show stopped for the At Home. So definitely still ingrained with the cast. I know that he was backstage earlier this year hanging out with Dana Carvey. So I would expect that he'll have a role this weekend. Rebecca, any predictions for Lovitz?
I mean, he'll definitely have a role. I would be shocked if he wasn't, especially because he was honestly it felt weird in the moment that he had such a pivotal role in 40. And I think it's kind of a bit that's like an inside joke, whether they keep it as a repeated bit throughout the whole special or they even just flash to it once. He'll definitely be there, in my opinion. I would be really shocked if he wasn't.
Bill, what do you think we can get from John Lovitz?
I can't imagine them recreating the RIP, but let's remember that he also had a prominent role in the audience in 25 too, when Tom Hanks is doing the Q&A, and he keeps Tom, who's your favorite cast member ever? And Tom's coming up with these names, and John's like getting pissed off. Well, what about from my cast? So like that was a great runner between him and Tom. I would personally love to see Tommy Flanagan or something like that, but I think we'll get another audience piece with John Lovitz.
Let's talk about Dennis Miller. So before Bill alluded to him potentially being persona non grata, I don't know because, he hasn't been on the show in a long time. He didn't show up to SNL40. I remember listening to him on Fly on the Wall, and he said that he just, he did his thing with SNL. He was good. He didn't need to come back. He was certainly invited to SNL40. So I would think he would be invited this time. But does he show up? I felt like it was weird going back to SNL40 and watching all the Weekend Update anchors all there except for Dennis Miller. So, Rebecca, I'll start with you. Do you think that Dennis Miller will be there this weekend?
I don't know the relationship that the show has with him. If he were to be there, it would be in the Weekend Update forum, but I don't know if they would have it be like a huge, big, wow, you're here moment. But I also don't see them like announcing him as like a headliner. So he is one of the people that I had on my list for the surprise appearance, and it would be in the Weekend Update thing. But I don't know if it rubbed Lauren or SNL the wrong way in the past because I don't know the depths of that history. But if he were to be there, I think it would be definitely in a Weekend Update, but as like a special appearance. He's not going to be there from the get, and I doubt they'll announce him as a headliner. Also, because he might not show up. So I don't know. I don't know how much they want to do, but I also don't know the depths of the relationship there.
Yeah, I definitely don't think he'll be announced. I just wonder, Sammy, with his with Fly on the Wall and Dana and Spade having him on a couple times and sort of talking to him about SNL, does it perhaps spark the excitement in him to come back to the show this weekend? What do you think?
Yeah, that's exactly kind of what I was going to say. I do feel like because their podcast and even like social media in general, I think I am curious if people just seeing sort of things sort of pop up. I feel like we're all maybe a little bit more nostalgic because we're able to access things, so quickly, clips and things like that. Things will go viral from, old SNL sketches, something like that. I do wonder if some of these people who have maybe had a, not great relationship with the show or felt like they haven't had the return will feel the need to return, especially with it being the 50th. So yeah, I think, and another aspect with Dennis Miller is I know they weren't on the cast at the same time, but I can see him being somebody who definitely respected Norm Macdonald and the type of thing that he was able to bring to SNL and to the Weekend Update desk. So if they do some sort of tribute to Norm involving Update, even though they weren't on the cast together, maybe it's with all the Weekend Update anchors. I can see him being involved in that sort of thing. So I think I'm in agreement with everybody. I think he will probably be there, but not announced.
Bill, I know that Dennis meant a lot to you watching SNL. So what would it mean to you to see him this weekend at the show?
You have so many conflicting emotions. Obviously, he's so important to my SNL story, to so many people's SNL stories, and where he's gone kind of off the dark path over the last 15, 20 years is really sad. But there are other people who are invited to the show from the cast who have differing politics and are welcomed with open arms. His moment on the 25th anniversary is maybe my favorite moment in that special, where it's him and Chevy, and he's talking to Chevy about, well, you might have knocked her up, but I married her, and he's talking about how important he was, and then Norm walks in a pair of jeans and a sweater. He's like, is something happening over here? Like that I love that moment so much. So if we're gonna honor Update, as I think we will, he has to be there. So yeah, I would imagine so.
Okay, so Whitney Brown, I don't think will be there. He's somebody who recently appeared on Mark Maron's podcast, and they had a great conversation about his time writing for SNL and being a featured player. I just don't think he would want to come at this point, but I'd be pretty surprised if we saw him. I know he's done a bunch of documentaries, but I don't think that I can't imagine him being there. Victoria Jackson, I'll take this one. I think it's really interesting. Obviously, she has not been back at the show, is somebody who I don't think gets along with a lot of the cast members. And I know she is dealing with a major health issue. My understanding is that she was at SNL50, but I don't know if she will be there this weekend. There's a chance that she will be. I can't imagine there's any way that we're going to see her on camera. So, for me, I think we could probably keep going past her. Let's talk about Dana Carvey, somebody who we have seen on the show a lot this fall, where he comes in, he plays Biden. He's somebody who's hosted the show 4 times, had some major roles in SNL40. He did Derek Stevens, the Chopping Broccoli. He did Wayne's World with Mike. And he has not yet been announced. He's probably the biggest name that hasn't been announced potentially for SNL 50 this weekend. So, Bill, what do you think we're going to get from Dana this weekend? There's no way he's not going to be there.
No way he's not going to be there. He's basically been an extra cast member this year, which has been wonderful to see. It's hard to say what he'll do. So they're not going to do Wayne's World again. You can't imagine. He just did Church Chat on a regular episode. Maybe they decide to do that. But yeah, he's going to be involved. He has so many political figures that he could cover, ranging from Bush to Perot and Biden. So maybe that's the direction they go if they're going to kind of lead into political impressions at any point during the show. So I think that's a possibility.
Rebecca, what about you? We've seen so much of Dana Carvey this season. Any big surprises we may get from him?
Going into the season, it would have been a no-brainer that he did Church Chat. But since we just saw it, I don't think they're going to do it. And I honestly, in my heart, when I saw it, I was like, oh, that was on the list for the 50th and they chopped it. And that's why they put it in an episode kind of randomly, but also very, very happy to see. I mean, he'll be there, obviously. If they lean into the political stuff, I think for sure. But I'm also curious, like, if they're going to get these people, a lot of the really big names, to talk a little more. Like, I'd love to see him do a monologue part. I'd love to see Keenan do a monologue part. Those are the two that stand out that I'm like, let's see you in a different light, but you're someone who has not only contributed a lot of time to the show, but really made that impression where you equate SNL, you kind of think of some of these people. I don't know what route they're going to take, but maybe seeing him doing something a little different in a monologue sense could be really cool.
Sammy, what about you? What do you think we're going to see from Dana Carvey this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, I want to give Dana Carvey props for just bringing in points to my team all season, and I know you're gonna bring in some more points this weekend. Yeah, I mean, interesting, Bill, that you think he won't do Wayne's World. I think of all of his characters, that's for me the most likely that we'll see. I don't remember if Wayne's World was part of the 25th anniversary, but I just think if you're thinking of the most iconic characters and a format that is sort of malleable, doing a top 10 or something like that, I think you can bring him back. And obviously just him and Mike Myers as a duo is, such a great SNL duo. Yeah, I do like the idea too of just having him involved in, some more to camera pieces. But I mean, and this is just a fun shout out, but something about the grumpy old man character he would do on Weekend Update, something about just talking about how SNL used to be and how it is now. I mean, I feel like that kind of goes hand in hand with the 50th. I don't think we're going to see it, but I think, that would be something fun to see.
Also, interesting about Wayne's World is that for the 50th experience, it was very much like you walked out to the monologue thing, you sat in the update chair, you were in the Five Timers Lounge, and the only sketch that they really honed in on was Wayne's World. I don't know if it's relevant at all. Maybe it's because it's obviously very, very well known, but it was like a full set. You sat down, like wigs, all that. So there is an interesting tidbit that from the New York experience, it was the only sketch that was honed in upon. So it's either like that was their tribute or they wanted to remind people.
I would think we are for sure getting Wayne's World this weekend. That's the one that I would put money down that if they're going to, do something from the 40 that they'll do again in 50, that's the one. But we'll talk about Mike Myers in a moment. Before we get to him, we still have to talk about Kevin Nealon. Bill, I'll ask you for your thoughts on Kevin Nealon and just have you anchor that conversation. I will be back in one moment. Okay, so Bill, go ahead on Kevin Nealon.
Yeah, so I think there's two different routes to go here. And Sammy, you bring up such a great point with Grumpy Old Man. Now, it depends on how deep they want to go with something like Weekend Update. Do you want this to be a 25-minute piece where you cover all the anchors and correspondence? So that might be a good way to get a lot of people in. You just kind of roll them in and out. Obviously, Nealon's an update anchor, but he also has Mr. Subliminal. So that's two different ways you can go with that. I think that's probably the most likely place that we see Kevin on Sunday night. Rebecca, what do you think?
Or I don't know. I think if we really want to get into the Adam Sandler universe on this special, I think that would make the most sense for not only me, but also if you think about like the more modern people that are seeing this from 40 to 50 in the younger generation, like a lot of people that you're going to be seeing on SNL, people equate to Adam Sandler and Adam Sandler movies. And Adam Sandler has been such like cemented in our culture. And we know he was already announced. And I mean, we'll get to it when we talk more about him, but there could be a world in which they do like an Adam Sandler like universe of even movies that it would be something that new and shine a lot of light on one member, but I would see him kind of be there. Also, aren't they doing as Happy Madison 2 coming up? So that could be something.
Happy Gilmore too.
Happy
Gilmore too.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
But it could be that would be the only other non-update thing I could really see them is like if they're going to shine a light on Adam Sandler, like that's a no-brainer.
What do you think, Sammy?
Yeah, I mean, and then we obviously just talked about Dana Carvey, but I don't know the last time they did Hans and Franz, but I don't know. There's something with Hans and Franz and the way that fitness and weight loss culture is today. There's something there. I don't know if we want to go that deep into that, but I don't know. I love Kevin Nealon as a cast member. Just the one of the best straight men in the show's history. So you can really just have him anchor something with a bunch of other characters in there, and I think he'd find a way to make it funny. So I think there's a pretty good shot we'll see him on camera.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to think what we could get from Kevin. I think it's probably more the update route, but if they did go Hans and Franz, I'd be very excited. It's just characters that were a really big part of SNL history that we have not seen in a long time. So that could be very cool.
And they actually did do a Hans and Franz at the 25th, which got cut for time, but they ended up putting it on the DVD. So I think that was probably the last time we saw that.
Yeah, that was the Where Are They Now? And Dana, I believe, was just recovering from heart surgery, so he couldn't be there in person. So that is definitely something to think about for sure. From that, second golden era cast, obviously, thoughts are thinking about Jan Hooks and Phil Hartman, and I'm sure they're going to include them in a bunch of packages. Another name that's interesting on here that we had two featured players join in season 14. Ben Stiller is a 4-episode cast member that did appear as Michael Cohen and has hosted a couple times. Do any of you think we're going to see Ben Stiller this weekend? No.
I don't think so.
I mean, I think he'll be there. I mean, especially just as promotion for Severance, and that show being on right now, I think, and the fact that he came back in a couple of years. But I don't know if he'll have a big role.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, just such a minor footnote in his career, the fact that he was an SNL cast member for a few episodes, but it was something that became more talked about when he came back as Michael Cohen alongside Robert De Niro a few times during the Trump administration and all of the things going on there. So I definitely would expect to see him in some packages from some clips from that era. Let's talk about Mike Myers. So Mike is somebody who I think will also be announced in a couple of days for being at the show this weekend. Someone who is a huge part of SNL history. So Bill, what do you think we're going to see from Mike Myers this weekend?
I mean, any chance that we get to see Coffee Talk with Linda Richman? I mean, that would be interesting. I find it interesting that you all think that Wayne's World's coming back. Obviously, it is. I mean, if you're going to put Mount Rushmore, as we like to do sometimes, of sketches that are memorable and people know outside of the show, Wayne's World's going to be on any list. But they have made a concerted effort not to repeat things in these anniversaries. Not to say they won't, but yeah, I think that would be the way I would go. Maybe something with coffee talk.
Rebecca, what about you? Anything from Mike Myers that you would like to see?
I mean, I just disagree. If they're going to repeat anything, as you said, John, Wayne's World, we're going to see him. I think he'll be a big part. So that's where I'm kind of hoping to do that. But I don't know. Even if they came on with a musical guest, like in the musical guest portion, if they want to do something different than the original set, just like have them sing with someone. I don't even know who, but like they could do something along those lines to make it a little different. But I do think we'll see Wayne's World again.
I wonder if we do something, Sammy, with Lorne impressions, because he's sort of like the original Lorne impression. Is it possible that we get Mike there?
I think you stole that right from me. You just took it from my
Accepted it.
brain. I think, and that might have come up when we did. I think we did an SNL50 thing like a year or two ago, like a Lorne Michaels family reunion, sort of like the Jim Carrey and Adam Sandler sketches they did a couple years ago. Everyone's got a Lorne impression, so if he's game for that, I mean, that's definitely the snake eating its own tail. But that's kind of what SNL anniversary specials are. And yeah, just to put a button on the Wayne's World conversation, I do not want the last time we see those characters to be in an Uber Eats commercial. So I think having them in an SNL50 special one more time, I'd like to see that.
I thought you were going to say, Sammy, you don't want to remember them saying, Kanye, sit down, Kanye.
That's where I thought you were going to.
Right.
Completely.
No, thankfully we had the Uber Eats commercial after
Right.
that, but
SNL might not have Uber Eats commercial money though. So
true.
Let's talk about Chris Rock, who we also saw this season in season 50, where he hosted for the 4th time. Somebody who, the show loves to absolutely celebrate. He was a cast member for a few seasons in the early 90s, and in SNL40, he was the one who introduced Eddie Murphy. So what could we possibly get from Chris Rock this weekend? Rebecca, he was announced on the list of people who will be there. So any thoughts on Chris Rock?
I kind of liked what I was saying before. Like, this would be nice to have friends from the show. I think I'm the only one that believes this, like, do stuff together. And I think that would just be like very cute. So what I was saying before was about the Adam Sandler universe of people where we could see him there. But I do think like it would be so nice to see a Black Jeopardy. I know I mentioned it earlier, and even in the chat here, everyone's listing the people that they want to see in a Black Jeopardy. It's kind of a no-brainer for me to have that be one of the sketches, and I think he would do a great job in that.
That would be really, really fascinating. Bill, what about you? Anything you'd like to see from Chris Rock this weekend?
I think there's a good possibility that I love the Black Jeopardy idea, that he introduces something. But, we haven't really talked about this outside of the original cast. I love the idea of maybe bringing on the groups of casts together, kind of expanding on Rebecca's idea. Obviously he's friends with Sandler and Spade. Bringing these casts together in some form on stage, kind of give them their moment, whatever era it is. So maybe that's a way that we see him as well, and gives him a chance to interact with some of his friends like Sandler and Spade.
Yes, I mean, now that we're in the Bad Boys era, talking about some of those cast members, do we see Rock interact with them?
I love both of those ideas. It was great seeing him and Sandler together in that sketch. I love that moment from his episode. Probably my favorite part of that episode. So I do really like that idea of different eras, whether they're introducing clip packages or in a proper sketch together. I want to punch up that Black Jeopardy idea. Let's get Nat X as a contestant in a Black Jeopardy. I think we haven't seen that character in, I think, almost 30 years. So probably wouldn't put money on that one, but that would be a cool way to combine worlds there.
Let's talk about Rob Schneider very briefly. So Rob Schneider is somebody who I think attended SNL40. I don't think he was on camera. I do believe the last time we saw him on the show was actually during the At Home episode, where he appeared in one of the pre-taped music videos that Adam Sandler and Pete Davidson put together. So he has been on the show in the last 10 years. He does lean a certain way politically that not a lot of people at the show tend to lean. So it's an interesting question mark of like, do they include Rob Schneider in something like this? And we just asked the question because because that is something that is definitely talked about. But Bill, for you, do you envision seeing Rob Schneider in anything?
No, I can't imagine. And he not only leans a certain way, he leans hard a certain way as somebody like Victoria Jackson, Randy Quaid. So those are people who are probably not going to be put on camera. Doesn't mean they won't be invited or in an overflow room, but I can't imagine them being on camera.
But here's my thought for this. No, they won't have him. I don't know why Sarah Sherman keeps sticking out to all of us as the person who should be in all these sketches. If they had her be Rob Schneider instead of him actually being there, that would be one of the funniest things they could do. Because I could imagine that and imagine they had the whole cast do an intro package and he just wasn't there, but they had Sarah Sherman dressed as him being there. I would live for that.
Yeah, just Sarah Sherman making copies would be very funny. Sammy, anything you want to say about Rob Schneider?
I mean, listen, if he, doesn't put false information out there on Twitter, I did see a tweet back in November saying how he didn't feel comfortable being in SNL50 because of certain ways the show leans politically. So I don't think he'll be there. And I don't need to see the Rich Meister, so it's okay.
Yeah, I only think he would be there if Sandler pushed him to be there. But otherwise, I can't imagine we're going to see any Rob Schneider this weekend. Julia Sweeney, somebody who I think is interesting. Obviously, I don't think we're going to get Pat on the show this weekend. I have, she was in a lot of those Phil Hartman, honoring him over the last couple of years and has definitely done a bunch of interviews. So she still talks about SNL a lot, but I think that she's one of those, Sammy, that I think would be in the audience, but probably not on the show.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't see how you do Pat. I mean, I think, certainly somebody who could maybe introduce something with a generation of casts, sort of like what we alluded to in when we were talking about Chris Rock, but yeah, I don't see much else from her.
Yeah. Bill, Rebecca, do you have anything on Julia Sweeney or should we keep on? Okay, let's go ahead. Let's talk about more of the bad boys. So obviously our thoughts with Chris Farley, who I'm sure they'll be showing a lot of this weekend. Let's talk about his buddy, David Spade, who we just recently saw on the show, played Hunter Biden earlier this year. So I would assume he's going to be probably announced as a part of this next group that will be there. Rebecca, what do you think we could get from Spade in SNL50?
Oh, I love David Spade. He'll definitely be announced. I would be really shocked if he wasn't. He's someone that it was kind of a given. I thought if they announced Adam Sandler, they probably would have announced him. They didn't, but he was also on the season. So I'm not shocked. I don't know if he's going to have a standalone character or sketch that will necessarily reference, but I can see him in a talking role more so than an introduction role in that way, where even just having him pop up and do an intro of someone else on the show. I think that's how I would anticipate seeing him, but I think for sure we'll see him on the show.
Sammy, what do you think we could get from Spade?
Yeah, I mean, similar to Dana, because of their podcast, they've become such sort of ambassadors to the show. I think he'll definitely be there. I think he'll be involved in some way. The inclusion of the bye-bye characters in SNL40 was so random, and that is a funny moment from that special. But I mean, hey, if I can get one thing, as a big fan of The Emperor's New Groove, would love to see a David Spade, John Goodman reunion from that movie as the stars of that movie. But no, I'm not exactly sure, but I think he'll be in something.
Bill, could we possibly get a Hollywood Minute segment on Weekend Update?
Yeah, more to that point of having the correspondence and having people, to expand that Weekend Update universe. That's super important. Not only the anchors, but the people who. Now, would there be a lot of hurt feelings that the thought is that that's what set Eddie Murphy away from the show? Obviously, that's bullshit. But I don't know. Do you do that when your entire audience is celebrities? Probably not. I like the idea of this, although I don't know if you'd have to rename it because nobody knows who Dick Clark is anymore. A Dick Clark receptionist parade sketch would be fantastic, and and this is in reference to, and just kind of that's a good way to get 15 or 20 cast members or guests on stage for a minute.
Let's skip ahead to Adam Sandler on this list, somebody who was announced today to be a part of the show. Obviously, he hosted one of the biggest episodes of the last 10 years when he finally hosted in season 44, and it was a huge moment. So I would expect him to have a big role this weekend. He was a major part of the digital short that we saw in SNL40, along with Andy Samberg doing That's When You Break. So, Sammy, what do you think we could get from Sandler this weekend?
Yeah, like I said earlier, something with him and Eddie, or some of like those big stars that we've never seen him sort of interact with. I mean, the Opera Man moment from SNL40 was huge for me. The best of Adam Sandler DVD was one of the gateways for me with SNL. So after so many years of him not being really, a part of the show or coming back at all, seeing him do that was amazing. So I don't necessarily think we'll see him again, just because I think we also saw Superman when he hosted. But yeah, seeing him with somebody like Eddie, or honestly, we got that song with him and Pete, who was just announced today during the at-home specials. There's something about those two as an sort of archetype of the young person on the show. And obviously he did that sort of similar thing with Andy for SNL40. So maybe something with him and Pete could be interesting.
Yeah, Bill, we also saw him a couple times this season in the Chris Rock episode. He also just introduced one of Timothée Chalamet's songs just a couple weeks ago. So certainly you have to think he's going to be one of the main stars of this upcoming anniversary special. What do you think we will get from Sandler?
Yeah, it has to be cross-generational, right? Because there's very few sketches that you could go to outside of the update desk, because so many of them included Farley. So I can't imagine them recreating the Gelfans or the Gap Girls without Farley. So you're probably not going to see something like that. Maybe you see a musical moment from him again with some of the songs that he's so famously made at the update desk. So I think that's probably the best possibility. He'll definitely be a huge part.
Rebecca, what are your predictions for Sandler this weekend?
I think he's willing to do anything. Like the way that, I mean, Nikki Glazer made a joke about him at the Golden Globes, and then he introduced Timothée Chalamet a few weeks after. Like, he's very, very on board. I think he's going to take any opportunity to be part of something. If we really want to go back to the musical thought, we were talking about Lonely Island, we were talking about Pete Davidson's in a lot of that. I think they could have a big musical moment there. I don't know how long they're truly going to do the update desk for this, if they're going to make it more just hosts or correspondents, but it would be nice to see him there. But I think he's going to have a decently large role, and we'll see him a few times. He's just so big in culture now that I feel like it would be a missed opportunity.
Some of those new season 17 cast members, Beth Cahill, I don't think she's had anything to do with SNL in a long time. Siobhan Fallon attended SNL 40 and had this great moment in the Goodnights where she meets Jimmy Fallon and the two Fallons are together. There's a great picture of that moment. We've interviewed and spoken to her. I'm pretty sure she will be there at SNL 50. I doubt she will be on camera. Robert Smigel was a featured player and a writer during those moments. I think we can all agree if they do something with writers, they'll put Smigel on camera. Do you guys think maybe we'll get a TV Funhouse during SNL 50? Is that a possibility, Bill?
Yeah, sure. I mean, you're going to do a couple of pre-tapes so they can rearrange the sets and cut to other moments. So yeah, absolutely, you can see a TV Funhouse.
Yeah, definitely. Melanie Hutzel was on the show for a few years. I would assume that, she's probably invited and would be in the audience. I can't imagine her being on camera. Ellen Cleghorn, though, I think is somebody that could be an interesting person added to the show to see what she might do. She had a really fun role in SNL 40 where they went to the audience and she asked a question and Jerry Seinfeld was like, Ellen Cleghorn. And that was I think one of the biggest surprises and excitement for people from that night. Sammy, anything you would like to see from Ellen Cleghorn this weekend?
I mean, yeah, that's such a great moment. And, for me, that was honestly my introduction to her as an SNL cast member. And I've since seen her on the show. Yeah, I mean, I'm not exactly sure how you incorporate her there. I mean, she is good sort of in that Q&A type of role, or I know she played that sort of NBC Page type sort of character backstage that would sort of interview the host. So maybe something like that. But anything where she's kind of able to sort of bounce off of somebody like that, I think would be cool to see.
Yeah, Rebecca, anything you would like to see from Ellen Cleghorn this weekend?
think well, it was such a fun moment in 40 and also kind of like taught me who she was more. And I know a lot of people are saying like Ego doing a Dionne Warwick one where they have people come in. I would love to see them interact. Like I'm really hoping for this is that we get some older cast members that a lot of people might not know with people who are either on the cast now or were recently on the cast and have got a lot of good interaction. And I think they could bounce off each other a bit.
Yeah. Bill, what do you think about Ellen?
I think you have to find a way if you're going to honor the history and yes, the issues that SNL had with race, with gender. She's the first really prominent African American female cast member. Obviously, we had Denitra Vance and Yvonne Hudson before this, but she got a lot of roles on in her limited time on the show. If you're going to honor the people who came before Maya and Ego, I think you have to include Ellen somehow.
Yeah, would be really exciting to see her there. Another great moment we had in SNL40 was from Tim Meadows, who holds up the Rolling Stone countdown of the greatest cast members of all time to talk about where he ends up on the list and where Robert Downey Jr. ended up as well. So, Bill, what can we get from Tim Meadows this weekend?
Tim, you know what I would love? I would love if they make the joke now that it's especially egregious when they used to make the joke about Tim Meadows still being in the cast when, 7th year, 8th year. And now that's just so adorable now that people stay 12, 13, 14 years, 22 years. Maybe have a moment with Keenan where, Tim comes out and says something to the effect of that he's either still in the cast or that, he's been maybe he's living in Tom Davis's room behind the stage. I hope they kind of make reference to that because they made a lot of meals out of that in the late 90s.
Sammy, did Tim Meadows at Hot Yoga tell you that he's going to be going to the show this weekend?
Yeah, I got the inside scoop. He'll definitely be there. No, I mean, yeah, I don't have the scoop, but I do think he will be there. Yeah, I mean that is such a great moment. I wonder if you can pay that off by actually having Robert Downey Jr. in the building because they say, can we pan to Robert Downey Jr. who's in dead last? Some payoff with that. I mean, that'd be interesting. I think they're probably more focused on just getting Robert Downey Jr. on than to maybe make a joke like that. But you never know. So, but no, I think yeah, we'll definitely see Tim Meadows in some capacity.
Rebecca, what do you think?
I think they could have a really funny Keenan Tim Meadows moment, even specifically like Tim going on about how like he signed an X amount of year contract but didn't want to fulfill it, so he hired Keenan to fill his role or something like that. Like, I think they could really work well together. And I know we'll get to Keenan. I really want to see him like really be honored here because obviously his time on the show is a really big feat, and Tim Meadows kind of started that really long run of a character, and I think there is something that could really be said about that, where it's like you think that was like I actually am still here, and it's like Keenan's AI version of me or something like that. Could be funny to like fulfill a contract.
Yeah, not necessarily to put people in boxes, but there has been a celebration. Obviously, Keenan, the longest tenured cast member, he comes on when Eddie Murphy hosts the show. It's very exciting that Eddie's there, Tracy's there. Like there's Chris Rock's there. There's a lot of times that these people, the black men in the history of the show, have been celebrated, and Tim Meadows hasn't necessarily gotten that opportunity. And he's obviously a big part of SNL history. And just today that they announced that Garrett Morris and Tracy Morgan and Chris Rock and Kenan Thompson and Eddie Murphy will all be there. I do think that you've got to include Tim Meadows this weekend. He's just such a major part of SNL history. Sarah Silverman is a featured player for one season in the early 90s. She did host the show in season 40 right before the 40th special. I don't think she did anything in that 40th special, so it's safe to assume that maybe we will see her, maybe we won't. I know she's been on Fly on the Wall, so that's a good question mark. Jay Moore, I believe, wants nothing to do with Saturday Night Live after being there for a couple of years, and I think he's pretty happy in LA, so I don't think I would expect to see him this weekend. Obviously, our thoughts are with Norm Macdonald, who also joins in season 18 and will not be there this weekend, and somebody who I think will be honored as from his passing, and he was at SNL 40 and had a really, really funny moment there. And then we get into some weirdness towards the end of season 19-20. Chris Elliott on for one season. The only chance I think we see Chris Elliott is, Abby Elliott, his daughter, was a cast member for a few years. If Abby's there, does Chris come back? That's an interesting question.
We could do a Nepo baby. There's so many Nepo babies on the show that like And that's such a thing now that if they're going to do a Nepo Baby sketch, they're kind of the originals. So I
Yeah.
think that would work.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So I'm seeing from the chat, by the way, that Jay Moore did get the invite to the 50th. So that's why we love doing this from the community. So thank you to Chris and Ellis for letting us know. So, okay. I mean, if Jay Moore shows up, that's like a nice thing to see after his history with the show. But yes, a Nepo Baby thing would be funny for Chris Elliott, especially if Abby is there. So we'll talk about her in a little bit. Janine Garofalo is somebody who obviously had a really weird situation in season 20. I don't think we will have anything to talk about with her this weekend. Laura Keitlinger, one season, somebody who I don't think we need to talk about as well. Michael McKeon is somebody who hosted before he was a cast member. Bill Kenny, anything we could get from Michael McKeon? I know a lot of his castmates and people who are connected to him will probably be at the show, but he hasn't been associated with SNL in a long time.
He hasn't been, and I mean, I think the only way you do something is if it's Spinal Tap, and as we've already talked about, Christopher Guest and Harry Shearer don't really want anything to do with the show, so it's highly unlikely, I would think.
Yeah, for sure. And, Janine Garofalo actually, as pointed out in the chat, was a part of that New York Magazine photo shoot. So, again, those are good indications that maybe she will be in the building. And that would be great if there was a softening there of whatever tension there was from 30 years ago. Morwenna Banks, obviously on the show for a few episodes, I don't think we will see this weekend. Let's talk about, we will turn into that post season 20 group and talk about first those two cast members that were only on for one season. So David Koechner is somebody that did come back to the show with Will Ferrell on that Paul Rudd episode as a part of that Anchorman crew, but he was only on for one season. Nancy Walls, married to Steve Carell. She's been in a bunch of episodes where Steve Carell has hosted the show. Is there a chance that either of them will be there this weekend, Sammy?
I think this is in the group of will maybe be in the building, probably not in anything.
Rebecca, you agree?
Yeah, I think we can see them in the audience, but I don't know if they'll get a moment.
Yeah, and same for you, Bill.
Yeah, I mean, Carell's probably invited, being a former host, so maybe she's in the building and Nancy's in the building, but I can't imagine either one of them being in anything.
Yeah, we last saw Nancy in season 44, so would be interesting to see. Definitely somebody in the audience that's like, oh, there's Koechner. That'd be exciting. I know a lot of people really love his time on the show. Mark McKinney, Kids in the Hall fame, was on for a few seasons. He's somebody who, Bill, I would love if they found a way to include him in the show this weekend. He has been lost to SNL history for younger generations, and that's somebody who I'm like, oh man, if you could right that wrong and find a way to get him in this weekend, that would be unbelievable.
And maybe that's a way in. I mean, he was in one of the documentaries that was just out, which was, there were so many people, former cast members, that were in those documentaries that you're like, oh my goodness, they're finally talking about SNL again. So maybe there's a chance. I'm a huge Kids in the Hall fan as well. I would love that, but I highly doubt it. Yeah.
Yeah, Nicola in the chat says that she heard that Mark McKinney is flying out for SNL50. So, Sammy, that is pretty exciting.
Yeah, I mean, he's an example of somebody who, we like you said, we don't talk about so much, but was on the show for 3 seasons. We'll definitely be in the building, but yeah, I'm not sure if we'll have, the bandwidth for a real spotlight there.
Rebecca, you agree?
I love Superstore, but no, I don't think he'll get like a full spotlight, but I hope we see him. Like, I really love Superstore.
Yeah, that would be very cool. He'd be somebody I'd love to see in the audience there. And like I said, if you're doing a Q&A segment and you want to give someone a quick thing and you're listening SNL, Mark McKinney we would all be very excited about. Jim Brewer, I don't know that we're going to see. Bill, I think we could probably rule out Jim Brewer being involved in any way this weekend.
Yeah, he's in the Rob Schneider wing over across, maybe up on like 58th Street or something. He's not in the building.
Yeah, and I'll skip ahead quickly. Fred Wolf, obviously, had a big prolific writing career at the show. I think he'll probably be invited to the special. I doubt we'll see him, but let's talk about some really heavy hitters from those early 20 season that we may see this weekend. And, it would be really fun to get a lot of different stuff from them. So first, somebody who did not participate in SNL40 and someone who I think the show needs to go back and right the wrong of appreciating how much she did for the show in the mid-90s. Let's talk about Sherry O'Terry for a few minutes. Rebecca, what could we see from Sherry O'Terry this weekend?
I think she needs to have a big moment. I know if we're talking about celebrating different groups of people that have been an integral part of the show and different like types of people, and being a woman, I think I would love to see her do something even with like Lorraine Newman and talk through like the history of being a woman on the show. Even Julia Louis-Dreyfus could be something that we could see in like a big moment like that. But I really hope Sherry O'Terry gets her flowers because she really is that girl. And I think she could have a really, really good moment on here where the way that they had a big introduction to Eddie Murphy, I think we could see something like that, maybe with Sherry O'Terry, and have someone like from the newer cast introduce her as just like a legend on the show that's not really appreciated as much as probably you would imagine on the show. So I'm really hoping we have something really good for her. And she's not officially like announced yet, right?
No, she hasn't been announced as being there. I think she's not
She'd be
going
a
to
fun
get announced.
surprise. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to announce her. I think it would be a surprise. She's just a really weird story where, she had such an important SNL career for those 5 seasons and then is really never seen again. And her castmates, Molly Shannon and Anna Gasteyer, really ingrained themselves with Tina Fey and her era at the show. And I don't know if Sherry and Tina bonded so well when Tina becomes head writer. So I think that probably limits Sherry's appearances. But Sammy, we have to see her this weekend if she's there.
Yeah, I agree. Again, this is somebody who, in that late 90s period was such a big part of the show. I feel like is energy wise compared to Martin Short a lot. And is obviously he's somebody who's been on the show a ton. And yeah, I mean, she wasn't even really involved in that sort of the Women of SNL Betty White episode, was she?
She was there actually. Yeah,
Okay,
that's the
she
one
was
thing.
there. Okay.
Yeah, that's the one thing that she's been a part of, where they did sort of like the Real Housewives thing.
Right. Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, I would like to see something from her. I mean, I had mentioned the Spartan cheerleaders. That's probably maybe your best bet, just because of the Will Ferrell connection there. But yeah, I'm not sure where this one goes, but I'd like to see it.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see what we could potentially get from Sherry. I like that Alice in the chat says that she's hosting the 4th hour of the Today Show later this week. So if that's the case, that's our indication that Sherry will be there this weekend. Molly Shannon was announced to be there this weekend. So that's one that I think we are all really excited to see what she's going to do. She just hosted a couple years ago. So it was pretty comfortable with Studio 8H and being around the building. Bill, anything you would like to see from Molly? I know she did marry Catherine Gallagher in SNL40 for that Jimmy and Justin bit to open the show.
I mean, I would love to see Delicious Dish, but I mean, if they don't do what's right on the nose about SNL50, it's got to be Sally O'Malley in some form, right? So I would imagine that that's the way we get her. She's not going to do Superstar at this point, I wouldn't think, in a live show. So I would think Sally O'Malley is the way to go.
Yeah, if I'm putting money down on a call made on this podcast right now, I think that's one of the best that has been made all night about I'm 50, and we could totally see that this weekend. Rebecca, what would you like to see from Molly Shannon?
I could foresee us seeing Delicious Dish in some sort. I think I would love that. Actually, a weird like thing about pop culture right now, which is why you bring me on, is that on RuPaul's Drag Race, they just did like last week in the episode, they do a bunch of like acting challenges, and they did an SNL tribute type of thing where it was like RuPaul's Drag Race live, and they did a spoof off Delicious Dish. It could have been because it was like more funny and sexual innuendos, or I know it was like in deal with they'd had like conversations with the show and all of that to spoof it off. You need to, so it could have been one of those things that's like, oh, here's a reminder of something, and get it in people's minds. It would be really cool to have that on, though. I think that would be the way in which I would like to see her the most.
Sammy, what about you? What do you think you would like to see from Molly Shannon this weekend?
Yeah, I agree with both of you. I think the Sally O'Malley call is great. I feel like when she hosted a couple years ago, I think she brought Sally O'Malley back, and I think we kind of said like that'd be great for SNL50. So I think that's a great call. I mean, yeah, those are the two I think at this point that would make the most sense. Or I mean, just in general, again, this is the type of person who, as a host, we've seen with some other sort of eras of cast. So would be great to see her with, some of the current cast as well.
Okay, so let's talk about one of the biggest names in SNL history, Will Ferrell, a lot of people's GOAT. So he will be there. He is somebody who I think everyone's really excited to see what he will do. Obviously hosted Celebrity Jeopardy as Alex Trebek during SNL50 and he did the Culps with Anna Gasteyer. So Bill, I mean, all the possibilities are open of what we could get from Will Ferrell this weekend. What would you expect?
I don't think there's anybody that your mind swims more about, because he's still in an age range where he can pretty much do anything. Obviously, he's a little bit older, but he's not, OG cast old. So there's a million ways you can go with this. I mean, maybe doing George W. Bush, maybe doing Get Off the Shed, recreating Cowbell. I mean, I don't want to take them all, but that's probably the top 3 of my wish list for Will Ferrell on Sunday.
Sammy, what is your top of your wish list for Will Ferrell?
The Cowbell thing is interesting because obviously we just had a whole documentary on Cowbell, and if we're trying to think about, the strategy behind this whole SNL50 rollout of, they did a whole doc on SNL season 11, and they're doing something on more Cowbell. I think bringing him with that character in as, some sort of musical sort of montage similar to what they did with Marty and Maya, I think that would be interesting. Again, Celebrity Jeopardy is one of my favorites, but I don't know if you do that now. I wonder if maybe you flip it, you do Pop Culture Jeopardy with Colin as the host, and you bring in Will as some different impression, maybe as W as sort of a tribute to Jeopardy. I don't know, but excited to see what he brings.
Rebecca, what do you think?
I mean, I would love anything he does. I think more Cowbell would make a ton of sense. I don't know the strategy. Are they trying to just celebrate things and then have that be the moment, or remind people of it and get people jazzed to see it on the show? I think there is something to be said that if they do really show a whole segment on the writers, him and Harper Steele just had such a great documentary out, and Harper was head writer at the show for a bunch of years. So I think it would be a really, really nice moment to not even as like a tribute and celebration, but to have them do something together, because they are hysterical in the documentary and obviously heartwarming. But I think the timing of that was really right for this. And if we celebrate the writers, which I know we've talked about a bunch, and I know the internet's been talking about that for a while, I would think that the show would pick up on that and do something with that. They would have a really, really great moment. Even if they did an intro together about the writers of the show, I think Harper's having a good big moment right now in pop culture and should be celebrated for the show.
It's a great point. I think that we could do some sort of presidential thing this weekend. And I feel like George Bush, his characterization of Bush, I think, is something that would be so interesting to get to see. I know that he did Bush a couple times during the Trump administration. But for me, I mean, whatever we get from Will Ferrell is a blessing. Just honestly, one of the greatest efforts to do it. So for me, I'm pumped to see him. Daryl Hammond will be interesting to see if we get him on camera this weekend. Obviously, he's become, the announcer of the show. That happened shortly before SNL50 that he took over for Don Pardo. He did Sean Connery during the 40th anniversary special, but if they're going to do a presidential thing, I would think they go to him for Clinton, and that would be where we would get him, Rebecca. But could you see him anywhere else this weekend?
I'd say they could even do like live announcements, like instead of just having his voice there, have him physically be there. That seems very, very likely to me, where they pan back and forth and they have him actually showing that he's announcing. So, or in like the presidential, like you were saying, but I really could see him like being in person announcing things.
Sammy, what would you like to see from Daryl this weekend if we were going to see him on camera?
I think we'd all like to see everybody who's ever played Trump on SNL come out and do a tribute. I think Bill Clinton.
Trump Jeopardy.
Trump Jeopardy. I think Bill Clinton makes the most sense. Somebody who had like the longest cast member record for a long time and is still part of the show. I think you'll get one impression from him. I'm not sure what though.
Yeah, Bill, I would also think he's going to be part of the next announcement of cast members that will be included in the special. Anything you expect to see from Daryl?
I mean, if we're going to lean into the politics and how important that has been, and we're also going to recreate sketches, kind of going back through my brain as far as like all the debate sketches are what always stand out. So you have Chevy and Dan who can recreate the infamous first debate. You can have the lockbox debate with Daryl and Will. You can have Lovitz and Carvey recreate. I can't believe I'm losing to this guy. The whole '88 debate. So there's an opportunity there if you're going to find a way to get a lot of people in. Just you do a quick snippet, a 2-minute part of each one of those debates to kind of highlight how important politics has been since the beginning.
He's somebody who I ends up being a part of the Weekend Update grouping where they end up going to introduce Chevy Chase. So, Sammy, would you like to see Colin Quinn there this weekend?
Yeah, I'd like to. I think similar to SNL40, a Weekend Update thing is probably kind of all we'll see him in.
Yeah, Bill, you think the same thing?
Yeah, I mean he's not going to do the lion that he did in Norm's version of Update. Yeah, if we do see him, I think that's where we'll see him as well.
Yeah, and Rebecca, you're on the same page about that?
Yep.
Cool. All right, let's talk about Anna Gasteyer. So we brought up the delicious dish earlier. She did do the Culps in SNL40. Somebody who people love, and we're talking about a lot. When she had her show on NBC about could we finally get Anna Gasteyer to host. I definitely think she's going to be a part of the special this weekend, and will be a part of that next group that is announced. So, Bill, what would you like to see from Anna?
Oh, there's so many. Well, I mean, again, I'll say again, delicious dish. I think that's probably the most obvious place to go as far as Anna, and it's a good opportunity to give Molly a prominent role in the special as well.
Yeah, Rebecca, anything else from Anna Gasteyer you would like to see?
No, I wish she was announced in the first, just because like that's like one of the number one people that I'm like will play a pivotal part in this special. I think she's just so great, and I really think that they could do something with Delicious Dish, and we'll definitely be seeing her on the screen a decent amount.
Yeah, and Justin in the chat points out that she was on Stern. I know Howard's been doing a lot of interviews with SNL cast members. Sammy, anything from Anna Gasteyer?
Yeah, I think these guys are right on the money with Delicious Dish. I think if you're going to see her in an impression, maybe we get Martha Stewart. I know she just had a big documentary recently, but I think those two probably make the most sense for Anna.
Here's a big question mark. Chris Kattan, he's somebody who was a major part of those late 90s, had some huge characters on the show. It's been noted that he got injured from some of the characters that he did. I think he had like a little bit of a falling out with some of his castmates. Didn't necessarily do anything that would prevent him from being on the show, but is just somebody who, after a certain period of time, we just stopped seeing come back to the show after being on for so long, Bill. So anything we could expect from Kattan? I assume he'd be there, but on camera?
I can't imagine him being on camera. I mean, if you think about some of his most prominent characters, he's not in the best physical shape at this point in his life. So he's not going to do Mr. Peepers. He's not going to do Mango. Roxbury Guys is probably considered a little problematic at this point. And I don't think he gets along with Will anymore because of the movie that was made from that. So I don't know. I don't think we'll see him. He's been making the rounds doing interviews, so he'll probably be there, but not on camera.
Yeah, and Scott and Justin also point out that he was on Stern as well. So, that would be really interesting, Rebecca, if we saw him in the special somewhat. What do you think?
I don't think we'll necessarily see him in a prominent role. I think we could see him in the audience, or they could even have a spotlight moment where he is doing an introduction or something. But to the physical shape of it all, I don't know if he's equipped for that right now, but he is talking about the show. So I definitely think we'll see him there. I just don't know in what capacity.
Sammy, do you remember the last time Chris Kattan was on Saturday Night Live? And I'm not trying to test you, but I'm just curious if you remember.
The last time I know they brought back the Christmas sort of the quartet at some point. Is that
they did do that for Jimmy Fallon's episode in 2011. He was actually on a different episode in 2012 he was a part of She's a Rainbow. I don't know if you remember that.
Oh yeah, wow.
He just
That
just
that
showed up
is
on the side of the screen.
yes, I do remember that, and I do remember being very confused when that happened, just because of the connection and everything. I mean, he was a part of that New York Magazine shoot as well. So again, if we're trying to, look at breadcrumbs here, I think, maybe I think he'll be there. I'm not sure, if he'll have a prominent role.
Tracy Morgan is somebody who was announced as a part of this first group of headliners who will be a part of the show this weekend, and well deserved. He's somebody who would have been a big part of SNL40 had it not been for a pretty horrific car accident that he was in. So we end up getting Alec Baldwin and Tina Fey, giving their best to Tracy, and I think they play a bit of Brian Fellows to honor him at the time. And he does come back, and he will host after SNL40, and has been back a bunch of times since then. So Sammy, it will be exciting to get Tracy this weekend on the show. What do you think we might see from him?
Wow. Yeah. I mean, I'm super excited that he'll be there this time. I mean, as a huge 30 Rock fan, especially, that was just a scary time. So happy to see that he's back. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what we'll see from Tracy. I do think, maybe an impression or something, but I'm not exactly sure in what capacity.
Rebecca, any Tracy Morgan predictions?
I was going to say, and the chat seems to be agreeing with me, Astronaut Jones. If we're going to do a Black Jeopardy, that could be a really fun character to be on there. And I don't know. We definitely need to have him be celebrated here a lot. And I think that they will, because he would have been in 40 if not for that. So I think we're going to see a lot of him on the screen.
Yeah, Astronaut Jones is one of the funniest SNL characters ever. Garrett Morris actually was once in an Astronaut Jones bill. So, I mean, it could be cool.
I love Astronaut Jones so much. I love that idea. How about this, though? What if he does the Q&A? Because he's so off the cuff and so crazy. I mean, he probably wouldn't remember people's names. He infamously called Will Ferrell in his final episode. So maybe that's not the best, but like I feel like he's a good riffer. So maybe in the Q&A.
Jimmy Fallon was announced as being there, as you would expect. He opened up SNL40 with Justin Timberlake, so I have to imagine he's going to be having a major part this weekend. Rebecca, what do you think we're going to get from Jimmy?
I actually don't even exactly know, because I feel like he had such a huge role in 40. And I don't know if they're going to celebrate and put as much of a spotlight on the same people. I could see him doing impressions, though. I think that's maybe where we're going to see him more here. He does do a ton of impressions. He does a lot of musical impressions. And if we're going to have that, also, if we do a New York musical or something like that, like, he is a big part of New York City culture. And I think he loves to sing. So, and he's always singing. So I think we could see him in something like that, maybe.
Bill, what do you think you would like to see from Fallon this weekend?
I love the idea of him being in the New York musical, Rebecca. That's fantastic. Yeah, I mean, that if they're going to do another musical tribute and taking it a different direction than they did with Maya and Marty, he would be the obvious choice to go with, along with maybe Sandler. So that might be a good way to do that, or even have an impression off between him and Sandler.
Especially because his goodbye to the show was that Grease parody. So I do think that there is a great connection back to his time as a cast member. Sammy, Jimmy Fallon, what do you think we will see from him?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, right around SNL40, he had just started at the Tonight Show, so now he's been there for so many years. I think he'll definitely play a big part. I think maybe seeing him with Seth, this is kind of random, but I mean, just as the two sort of faces of late night and are just in that building, every day while SNL's going on. I don't know, something with the two of them could be interesting, but I think the most likely thing with him is something to do with, a musical impression or sketch.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing his Barry Gibb at some point in as part of some group of montage or musical montage that they end up doing. And also, as Shari points out in the chat, that he's going to be hosting the Radio City concert on Friday. So certainly we'll be busy with that. And I wonder if that does affect his involvement on Sunday. So that'll be something to think about. Chris Parnell is his castmate that joined him at the same time in season 24, and he's somebody who participated in the digital short during SNL40. He was a part of the That's When You Break. His raps and connection to Lazy Sunday through The Lonely Island. I have to think that if there is a digital short this weekend, Bill, they're going to try and get Parnell in it.
Yeah, I mean, either that or Bloater Brothers, right? No, we're not going to get that. So maybe, I mean, we're talking about recreations of sketches. Maybe that's a smart way to go. I mean, they have done a Lazy Sunday 2 already, and it was not as good as the first one, but what could be. I could see that him being in, or even in the musical montage in some way, because he was so good at the raps just on Update as well.
Sammy, what would you like to see from Parnell this weekend?
I mean, he's such a great utility player, straight man type. So I think he's kind of similar to like Kevin Nealon, where if you are building a sketch around with, some of these more classic characters, not that he doesn't have, great impressions and things like that, but I think you can kind of just slot him in and he's pretty dependable there. So I mean, and since SNL40, I think he's kind of only gotten, I guess, bigger through Rick and Morty. And I feel like people are kind of recognizing him more as, a great cast member in that regard. So I would love to see him get a little bit more airtime this special.
Yeah, he also hasn't been on the regular show since season 38, where he was anchoring the debates for a long time as Jim Lehrer. So we haven't really seen him too much on the show over the last, I guess 12 years. Rebecca, what do you think we could see from Parnell this weekend?
Don't know if he's going to have more of a spotlight than he had in 40. I don't know that per se, but I could see him in like a musical pre-tape type of thing.
Yeah, I agree. Horatio Sands will not be allowed within 50 feet of the building, so we can all agree that we will not see him at SNL 50. Rachel Dratch, we'll talk about, joins the show in 99 and is somebody who people definitely love. I would also assume, Bill, that Dratch will be a part of the next round of announcements for people to be a part of the special this weekend. She did Debbie Downer right as we opened up SNL 40. So what would you like to see from Dratch this weekend?
I mean, Rachel, as Rebecca said earlier, she's been all over Instagram with some fantastic behind the scenes photos that she took from her time at SNL. Clearly still all in the feels about SNL. Could we see a Boston Teens with Fallon? I mean, that could be an interesting way to go. They brought that back, I think, when he hosted, and they were parents by this point. Maybe they're grandparents by now. Who knows? But that could be a fun way to go.
Yeah, that was a really fun sketch to get them back together the last time Jimmy Fallon hosted in season 42. Rebecca, what would you like to see from Rachel Dratch this weekend?
I know people keep wanting to see Debbie Downer, but I feel like we already did that. Like, she's such a good, like, not a straight woman is not the right way to say it, but just a utility player. Maybe my mind is so 30 Rock, but her bit in 30 Rock is that she just shows up everywhere. Like, is every little character. She also played a very similar role in Broad City too, where she kind of just like popped up randomly, and I would love her just like to pop up in the back of sketches. I think she kind of just like does that, and she's clearly loves the show. I think I'll be down to do anything, and I think she would be something that'd be very funny just to be like in the back of random sketches as just a regular like character back there.
The last time we saw Rachel Dratch do Debbie Downer on the show was in the episode right before the at-home shows, where she participated and did one about COVID at a wedding when Daniel Craig hosted the show. So, Sammy, what would you like to see from Rachel Dratch this weekend?
I totally forgot about that, as a lot of things around the, right before COVID times. I think Debbie Downer is one of those characters that it's such like a cultural term that I think, I wouldn't be surprised if that gets brought back in some way. But I mean, The Lovers is a great sketch with her and Will Ferrell, for trying to think of ways to incorporate Will and some other characters we haven't seen in a while. Maybe if we're getting a James Brown hot tub sketch with The Lovers, I mean, those are two hot tub themed sketches. I don't know how that would really gel, but I think we'll see Rachel Dratch for sure.
Yeah, that could be really funny. Jerry Minor is a one-season featured player who did not make it past that season. He has found new life on Abbott Elementary, and Kinta Brunson will be there. So, I mean, there's a chance that Jerry Minor's in the building, but I doubt we're going to get anything more from him. Tina Fey is obviously somebody who I believe will be a huge part of this weekend. And Rebecca, I think she's going to be writing a lot for this weekend as well. So, anything from Tina you'd like to see?
Well, they'll definitely, if they do a big update thing, would love to see her at the update desk. I think she's a big part of that. I really stand by what I said before doing a joke swap. She's one of the only, like, the show has established them as a dynamic duo, her and Amy Poehler. I think we'll get a lot with them. I mean, they're really good at a monologue. So that could also be a cool, different way to kind of get her in to this special doing the monologue. If Lauren does announce that he's retiring, we also might see more of her in different parts. But looking at the documentaries, I'm not actually sure if that would be the role she fills. And that's a whole conversation for another time. But I don't know. I feel like we'll just be seeing her a lot. Definitely in the weekend update portion. If we'll have a Sarah Palin, if they really do want to hark back to that awkward moment from 40, the opportunity is there. We're going to have enough people in the room that could play Trump. So it could be a funny bit that they do.
Yeah, Bill, definitely one of the faces of Saturday Night Live. You can't do this special without Tina Fey. So what do you think we're going to get from her?
Hear me out. I feel like this would be pie in the sky idea, and please give me writing credit, guys, if this happens. But what about bringing in some of these lesser known cast members from throughout the year and doing a version of Cast Member or Arcade Fire? That could be an epic way to bring in somebody like Morwena Banks or Laura Keitlinger, give them their moment in the sun. Maybe that would be a little too cruel for what's supposed to be a celebration, but that could be fun to do.
Yes, and Arcade Fire will be part of the Radio City show on Friday night. Sammy, what would you like to see from Tina Fey this weekend?
That idea from Bill is what you get from 2 hours and 40 minutes of nonstop podcasting. Like that is when you get the brain going. I'm excited to see what we get in the next hour. I think there's a lot of places you can put Tina. We've talked about some sort of tribute to the writers, obviously weekend update as well. But something we haven't really talked about much, obviously, because this is more, I mean, we are talking about the cast and not legendary hosts, is the Five Timers Club. I am very curious to see in what way they do something with the Five Timers Club, if they will do something. Obviously, we just had a huge Five Timers moment in the Martin Short episode, so I'm not exactly sure if they want to go there, because how do you top that? But if anything, you're going to have just more of those people in the building. So that's a place you could potentially see her as well.
Yeah, somebody big we'll definitely see is Maya Rudolph on the show for many seasons, 2000 to 2007, and has always been, somebody who's come back to SNL many times, has hosted the show a few times. So, Sammy, what could we get from Maya this weekend?
I think the musical tribute from SNL50 is so iconic. I don't think you necessarily want to repeat that, but I think you will get her in an impression. I feel like we've talked about Black Jeopardy so much on the show that they have to do it at this point, but getting her as Beyonce or something like that in a sketch, I think would be great. I don't think we're going to see her Kamala Harris impression, but maybe Michelle Obama. You never know. But I think in an impression capacity for sure is something we could see Maya in.
Rebecca, I know how big of a fan of Maya you are. So what would you like to see from her this weekend?
Oh, I want to see so much from her this weekend, but I definitely think we already got the musical moment, and let's just go to her impressions. And I don't know, she can kind of be like, I'm curious how they're going to do it and who they're going to kind of like celebrate in this regard. But she is one of, like, in my mind, the leading women of SNL, and I would love to see her in that mindset. And again, I keep harping back to the idea of like Friends, but I think it's like, you're so special. All these people have made so many memories and shows and movies and all this post SNL with people that they met throughout the journey. And I would love to see her and Kristen Wiig definitely have a moment together. And that would be something very special. If Kristen does a Target lady, which I don't think so, but if she did, having Maya be one of the guests, I think, for a new person at Target would be funny to me.
Bill Kenny, what do you think we're going to get from Maya Rudolph?
I mean, we're missing the obvious one here, Bronx Beat. We just got a commercial from her and Amy. This could be a way to get both of these icons of SNL early 2000s in a sketch together. It's another opportunity to kind of do a parade sketch where you can bring out a bunch of people and let them talk to them for a couple minutes. So yeah, I think Bronx Beat would be the way to go.
Yes, one of
I
my
just don't
favorite
know if
sketches.
Amy. I just don't know if Amy. I feel like they're gonna have so many things they want Amy to do, especially
True. Yeah.
the way that we're planning the show, the four of us, is that there's an hour and a half long weekend update. So if they really need Amy to be there for that much, that's why I didn't go with Bronx Beat, is because like they have so many other things I would anticipate them wanting to do with Amy that might not be the one that they go with.
Yeah, so let's talk about Amy. I mean, before we get to her, there's Dean Edwards, who was on the show for a couple seasons. We got to interview him a couple years ago. Great guy. I don't know if we'll see there. Jeff Richards, sort of left the show at a certain point. There was some like weirdness there. We've also had him on our show. He's another great guy, but I don't think we will see him on the show. He could potentially be in the audience. But let's talk about Amy Poehler, who was announced today as well to be a part of the show. So Rebecca, anything you would like to see from Amy?
Oh, there is so much I would love to see from Amy. I think again, her in a Tina moment. I think, as we said, someone like interviewing, doing the Q&A portion. I doubt it will be her because again, there's so much. But she is someone that I think has just really does vibe with people in such an authentic and genuine way that people would be excited to be asked a question from her from a Q&A portion. I don't anticipate that, but that is kind of what I would like to see from her, is like just her interactions with people. I know she has so many strong relationships with people from the show that I would love to see her, even her interacting with people from the older seasons. I just think her energy is really malleable and also works well with others. So the way, Sammy, you were saying before, you'd love to see the newer, I don't know if Amy's newer, but newer-ish people work with people from the earlier seasons. I think she's a very obvious one that can just do about anything and work with anyone. That could be pretty cool.
Definitely. Sammy, what would you like to see from Amy Poehler this weekend?
Yeah, I was going to save my Bronx Beat, shout out for this, and I would still like to see that. But I mean, from Amy, I think you can expect something at Update, maybe a really with Seth and Amy segment, one of my favorite things they ever did on the show. I think the Q&A thing that Rebecca just suggested is a great idea. She just announced that she is going to have her own podcast. So what a better way to plug a podcast than to interview other celebrities during a Q&A segment. And then one more thing I want to say is we've of the current cast talked about Sarah Sherman a lot, but I do really see a lot of parallels between Sarah and Amy in some aspects, and would love to see them work together.
Maybe Sarah should just host the special.
Yeah,
we need her in every moment.
Guys, we got an hour to go before we get to Sarah, so let's just.
I almost talked about her in the Rachel Dratch of it all too, and I was just like, I can't mention her doing something else here.
All right, Bill, what do you think Amy's going to do?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be Weekend Update, I would think, in some form. How important she was to that portion of the show. Boy, I don't know. I should have saved Bronx Beat too. I'm feeling. But maybe, we talked. Hopefully that we do not get this Trump parade of all the different people who played him. What about a Hillary parade? Like, obviously, we no longer have Jan, but you've Anna, you have Amy, Kate. There's a lot of good ways to go with that if you're going to kind of cover the last 20 years of the show.
Definitely. Amy, we last saw on the Aubrey Plaza episode in season 48, somebody who will definitely be a big part and was announced to be a part of this weekend. So I assume we're going to get a lot from her. Seth Meyers is somebody who I think will also have a major hand in writing the show this weekend. Him and Tina, Colin and Michael. Like, I think that, some of those head writers over the last, 25 years, I think will have a major role in the show. On camera, Seth, when he was there for SNL50, was a part of that, Weekend Update anchor introducing Chevy bit. Sammy, do you expect to see more from Seth this weekend?
I think just because of the Lonely Island podcast, he's, again, another big ambassador of SNL. I think we'll see him in front of the camera, but very much involved behind the scenes. I am very curious to see what they're going to do with Update. He didn't host Update last time, but I don't know. For me, he's one of my personal favorites. So seeing him do something at the Update desk, even though we see that pretty much every night on late night, I would like that. But, also just kind of in some way interacting with that golden era cast, just because he wasn't in sketches as much once he became head writer. Seeing them, whether it be introducing something together or something like that, I think would be cool to see.
Bill, I also feel like the appreciation for Seth has grown in the last 10 years since SNL40. Him, covering Trump on his show and talking about it, doing his 20-minute rants or closer looks about him. He was also invited back to host the show in season 44, which he's done since then. So what do you think we could see from him this weekend?
Yeah, it's definitely grown on appreciation as we've moved away from that era. Getting to see what he was able to do. Obviously, Update again, but do we get maybe Where Are They Now update of him and Stefan? That's a good way to bring Hader in if you do get Hader in the building.
Yeah, that was mine.
Oh, sorry. But that would be a good kind of button on that whole saga as we saw on his final episode, getting married to Stefan. So maybe that's the way we go.
Rebecca, that's what you were going to say?
I was going to say, I think him and Stefan, I know we're going to get to Bill Hader, who they haven't announced, but I'm sure they will. I would actually like to see them, maybe not even on the Update, but on if we do have a talk show-esque portion of it, or even in the Q&A, and they're divorced now. And it's really dramatic, but I would like to see them outside of the weekend Update desk. I think that would be really fun to see Seth interact with some other people that we haven't seen him on the show interact with before, but then also shine new light on that relationship. But I know he has shows all week, Seth. I'm sure he's going to be one of the head writers of this. I don't know how much time he would have for sketch work other than having one cameo, just to be realistic. I don't know. I mean, unless he can, he's Superman, but I don't know. We'll see.
I can't wait to see what we're going to see from Will Forte on the show this weekend, who was announced as a part of the initial group of cast members who will be headlining the show. And he's always been like the bridesmaid, not the bride. So the fact that he was announced as a part of this initial group of headliners really, really made me happy. He hosts the show in season 47. He comes back when Kristen Wiig host last year, was amazing on the show. Bill, I mean, they got to give a really meaty role to Forte this weekend, because I think he is just grown. The appreciation for him has grown so much in the last 10 years.
Yeah, and that's all because of you, John, I believe. There's so many different ways to go again with somebody like Forte, who had so many things. If you're going to recreate sketches, do you try to recreate something like Potato Chip or Fart Face that are so iconic in the SNL fandom community, but might not be as well known to like a Cowbell is outside of that world? Tim Calhoun would be another good way to go. Yeah, I mean, we saw the ESPN Classic on the 40th, so I don't think we'll see that again. But yeah, so many great ways to go with somebody, or I'll leave them for the rest. If nobody says it, I'll say it.
Sure, Sammy, what do you think we could see from Forte?
He's the type where it's like I don't know. I mean, there's just so many great characters from him that I'd love to see, and obviously we did have that kind of weird episode a couple years ago where we saw some of them, but MacGruber, one of my favorites. Will we have time for a 3 sketch runner of MacGruber? I don't know. I think maybe it's honestly probably more likely we see MacGruber in just a cameo in a live sketch. Maybe, I don't know, maybe a tribute to the SNL movies somehow. I don't know. And then besides that, though, I'm not quite sure, but Dismukes, that's what I wanted to say. Andrew Dismukes. I know, Will Forte was in the Jumanji sketch, but somebody who's definitely inspired by Will Forte from the current cast. Would love to see Dismukes and Forte do something together.
Rebecca, what do you think about Will Forte?
Yeah, I think MacGruber would definitely make the most sense. Also, it's I feel like so many of Forte's characters, although are hysterical, will be like when we talk about Dismukes in the future. they're kind of deep cuts. For some reason, it's never really gone to the mainstream. And if they're going to do a big celebration, we're going to want to be able to see different things that we'll recognize. And I think MacGruber would definitely be the obvious choice here for Forte. And I think we actually will end up seeing it. I wouldn't be shocked. But as you said before, I think, John, you said whatever we see in the clip package is kind of going to shape the show for the future. And I foresee Jumanji being in that for sure.
Oh, he was just that was the cherry on top of an amazing sketch that he just like adds to the collection and the lore of Will Forte.
Yeah.
Fred Armisen is somebody who was on the show for a very long time, and I feel like he's been on the show every single season since he left. And I think Fred is somebody who I'm always really excited to see back at the show. Was announced to be a part of the special coming up. So Rebecca, over to you. Anything you'd like to see from Fred Armisen?
Oh, there's so many things. We're definitely gonna see him. I would love to see him and Kristen on Update. I think that would be fun for us, just as a nostalgic one. I feel like even like a musical tribute, he's someone that wasn't in the musical tribute in 40, and I think that is kind of his time to shine. And I think that's what he appreciates now in his time, like in outside of SNL now, is kind of his musical tact. So I would be excited to see him in a musical moment there.
Yeah, did the Californians in SNL50, but it would be interesting to see if he does something musical this time. Bill, any thoughts on Fred Armisen's role in SNL50?
Yeah, along the same lines as Rebecca, I think it has to be musical. I mean, he has such an appreciation, probably more than anybody, but maybe an Aykroyd or Belushi, for the musical entanglement with SNL. He was so great in the 50 Years of Music that aired a couple weeks ago. So, yeah, I think that would probably be the way to go. If we're going to get a character from him, I'd love to see Ferricito. So.
Oh, that'd be fun. That'd be interesting. Yeah. Sammy, any expectations for what we could see from Fred Armisen this weekend?
I mean, I feel like I'm the only person that's a fan of his Roger Brush character.
I like that character.
See, we're on the
I
same
love him.
wave. I've heard some negative things. That's all I'm saying. But I don't think we'll see him. But I think something musical.
Sammy, I can't hear you. Just speak closer.
That when I was 15, that was the funniest thing to me. I think something musical for Fred makes sense. If you want to, swap out Marty and Maya for somebody like, Fred or Jimmy, I think that kind of makes sense there.
Finesse Mitchell is a cast member who was on the show for a few seasons, a little bit lost to time. I'm sure he'll be invited. I believe he was there at SNL40, and I think he's in the picture of the Goodnights. I don't think he will be on camera. Someone who will definitely
be a cool name, Finesse Mitchell.
Yeah,
like
he's a cool.
That's
cool
crazy.
Guy. Somebody who will 100% be on camera because he's been on camera for every episode practically since he's got on the show in 2003 is Keena Thompson, who was announced as a part of the group of headliners who will be there. So our first current cast member we will talk about. We've made it to the current cast members. Sammy, what will we see from Keena?
Before we started, I didn't even know we were talking about current cast members. So this is adding a whole other hour to the show, which I love. From Keenan.
We're going to break Mike Murray's record.
Let's do it. This will be longer than the special in about 4 minutes. I think from Keenan, I would like to see a full What Up With That. I know we just got it in Sudeikis a couple years ago, but I mean, if we're talking about opportunities to bring in cast members and characters, I think that would be awesome. I mean, we talked about Black Jeopardy, and I think if we're not going to do Celebrity Jeopardy, maybe Celebrity Family Feud to get some impressions in there. I will be very curious to see, because they announced him as a special headliner, if they do some sort of tribute to him just because he's been on the show for so many years, maybe even like just talking heads of people from different eras of his tenure on the show, from like Fred Armisen to like a current cast member, just talking about, being on the cast with him and giving him a moment. I think something like that would be cool.
Yeah. Bill, what can we expect from Keenan?
Having these two names back to back, all I have in my head is Will Ferrell's first hosting gig. Finesse, not Keenan. Finesse, not Keenan. I mean, What Up With That seems like the obvious choice, especially if you're going to find a way to get a lot of people in a sketch, especially if you have some of the celebrities that you want to make sure get a moment. Maybe this is a place where you put somebody like Kim Kardashian, who's not going to have a lot to do as far as sketches go. It's a good way to kind of fit a lot of people in a short amount of time. But yeah, there's so many ways to go. I mean, he could be up the update desk. I don't know. Willie, do we get Willie talking about his optimistic view of SNL at 50 years old? Yeah, I mean, he's going to have such a huge role that I can't wait to see what happens.
I mean, the big question with Keenan is, do they save something for his retirement or eventual retirement from the show? Like, if they do, they want to bring back What Up With That, knowing that they could save that for his final episode, whether that's this year or any other year in the future. Because I think every time they do bring it back now, it maybe is a little bit less special when they eventually do that. But Rebecca, what would you like to see from Keenan this weekend?
That's exactly what I was thinking. It's like, how could we celebrate? He deserves to be celebrated in this special for sure. But do we want to conflate that with his last episode, which for all we know could be Sunday? I don't think it would be, but you know what? I think What's Up With That makes the most sense. But I would like to see him kick off the show and really, like, he's on the headlines and he's a current cast member. So that leads me to believe that they're doing something more special than him being in a sketch or doing that. And I would love to have him kick it off and even do a full monologue walking down memory lane or going through something like that. Like, I really do think this is going to be a huge night for him. And I think that they were very intentional in having him be one of the headliners and not from the, like, and not in the current cast. I think I could see him literally just opening it up and, like, in the monologue portion, really taking in a lot of that, talking through his time on the show. I think everyone has really worked with him, whether or not they were on the cast together or they came back to host or they made a cameo. Everyone knows Keenan, and I feel like it's going to be such a special moment with him. And I think they're very intentional with announcing him. And I could see him doing like a 10-minute monologue with a bunch of people, different characters doing that, like as Keenan instead of a character.
John, do we know how many cast members have been since Keenan? I probably not off the top of your head, but like that would be an interesting way to go too, right? Maybe bring all the cast members on that have anything to do from his beginning tenure all the way through today. I mean, kind of maybe that's something you say for his last episode as well.
That's the line from New York. They all say it together.
Exactly. Yeah. But I mean, when are you going to have some of these people are not going to be back in New York? So, you know, you have this opportunity with all of these people who are at the show anyway. Is that a way to honor Keenan?
Yeah, I think there's like 60 something cast members that have been, you know, crossed over with him at some point.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I mean, I think it would be crazy if they announced this Sunday that Keenan was done. Like this was his going out party. And it's not like not a possibility. Like it could happen. It's just something to watch out for. But yeah, I would be very excited to see what we are going to get from Keenan as involved in this special. Rob Riggle was a one-season cast member who had a pretty prolific career, has a pretty prolific career, but I don't think he has had anything to do with the show since he's left it. Let's talk about the class of 05. So the big four, potentially the greatest rookie class ever. Andy Samberg was announced today to be a part of the show. So the expectation across the board, guys, is we're probably going to get a digital short. Does anyone else feel like we're going to get something different from Andy?
Well, we just talked about Keenan. I think we'll probably get a deep house dish with T-Shane.
Oui.
No, I mean, digital short makes a lot of sense. But you know, I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing Nick Cage. You know, and I'll take anything from Andy, but digital short is kind of the slam dunk thing here.
I mean, Sammy said all the way back in hour one about Jim Belushi doing rapping Jimmy B. Maybe we get a Blizzard Man rapping Jimmy B in the musical montage.
Okay. I mean,
it's the collab. We all need it. I mean,
yeah, the Blizzard Man. Yeah, it could be really interesting. But yeah, I think expectation is we're going to get a digital short from Andy, so we can keep going on to Kristen Wiig, who was also announced naturally to be a part of the show. 5-timer, huge part of SNL history. So Rebecca, what would you like to see from Kristen Wiig this weekend?
Oh, I want to see so much from her. But if they're going to have someone host like the 5-timers, maybe they move away from Tina, who will be doing a bunch of other things, and can have Kristen actually lean in there. I think that could be a really good opportunity for her. I mean, Target Lady is my all-time favorite SNL sketch. I don't think it'll be in this, but it could be where it would be like different characters checking out at Target and interacting with the Target Lady. Don't think it optimizes the time for a lot of people, but if we want to get some like solid character work in there, I could see that, or even I don't know. I think there could be something good with her, but yeah, I'm very very excited for her here. I know even in the chat people were saying like it kind of felt like after that last group of like women, we said Kristen Wiig was the only woman on the cast, and they really like utilized her as a big player here. And there's just so many iconic moments. But so if they do a big thing about women, she is kind of timeless in the way that I think she could interact with a lot of the older cast members or earlier season cast members in a way that could be exciting. I don't know exactly how, but I think she was such a face for women on the show for many years. So I think we could see something along those lines, but definitely really excited to see what she'll have in store.
Yeah, the possibilities are very exciting. I mean, I would even love to see Kristen Wiig and Eddie Murphy in a sketch together, Bill. Just that could be so cool.
Yeah, the mashups that we can get, I think that's what keeps our brains racing. What about getting Sue, the surprise girl, as they introduce some of these, vaunted celebrities and old cast members? Will Ferrell, oh my God. I mean, that might be a good way to get a lot of different people in as well. That's what we keep kind of going back to, because it is only a 3-hour show. How are you going to get all of these people that already been announced, and they're going to announce even more? Somebody who just kind of there's so many. It's like Will Ferrell. I think it's really the only other person that we could talk about that you just don't know. There's so many different directions this can go.
Yeah, they should have used Surprise Lady Sue to announce all of the headliners that came out today. That would have been a great idea, Bill.
That's such a good idea, Bill.
Yeah, like, oh my God. Sammy, who do you think? What do you think
I mean,
Mr. Wiig will play? What characters? What do you expect from her this weekend?
the infamous Paul Rudd episode from Omicron, we were robbed of a post-COVID Vogelcheck sketch. I'm thinking of Vogelchecks with
Everyone making out.
Yes, every former cast member, Garrett Morris, everybody's in there. No, I mean with Kristen Wiig, it's like it's similar to a Will Ferrell, just like anything we can get, any classic character, any impression, would be very happy to see. But yeah, I don't know. I think somebody we haven't seen in a while is Penelope. I don't think we're going to see that, but would be happy to see it. She's somebody who's hosted so many times, especially since SNL40, that we've seen kind of a lot of those characters recently. So for me, even kind of just seeing her, play off some of those classic, other era cast members, I think would be awesome.
Yeah, that's a Paula Pell character. So, it would be interesting to see if Paula's in the building and helps out with that. Want to skip ahead one slot for a second to go to Jason Sudeikis, who was announced to be a part of SNL50 today. So Sudeikis obviously comes back, and he does Biden a bunch of times in the 40s, and then he does host this show in season 47 that was beloved, and has this incredible monologue where he talks about how much it means to be in Studio 8H. So Sudeikis is someone who everyone is always really excited to see at SNL. Bill, what would you like to see from Jason this weekend?
How about song memories? So this is one that's hard to find now with music rights and things like that. But that's a good way to kind of build into the musical history of the show. That was that was Hader, Sandberg, Sudeikis, and
it was Forte, Hader, and Sudeikis for a while, and then Andy, I think, did one sketch with him.
Okay. So, yeah, I mean, you have an opportunity here. You can start playing songs from like the 70s and the 80s and remembering, and then making the joke out of, that kind of button at the end. I would love to see something like that. We may get to see him in politics, because if we're going back to my debate, remake, he was up against Tina in the Sarah Joe Biden vice presidential debate. So might be a possibility for him as well.
Yeah, that could be very exciting. Sammy, what would you like to see from Jason this weekend?
I love that song memories idea, Bill. Those are always my favorites growing up. I don't know. I mean, again, another cast member that we've seen kind of recently, a lot of their characters recently. Going back to Keenan, I mean, the Scared Straight sketches, those are always super fun. So, if you're not able to get one of those in for like a final Keenan episode, that feels like something that maybe you can bring in some other characters or cast members into. But yeah, I don't know. He kind of just feels like someone you can slot in, and would be cool again to see him interact with some people we haven't seen, because we've really only seen him with people post his era. We haven't seen him with like a Sandler or obviously any of the original cast either. So
Yeah, and those song memory sketches are some of my favorite recurring sketches from that era. I think Brian Tucker writes them, and I think he once said that the reason that they just can't do them too much is because for music right purposes, they can't get them up on YouTube so easily. But I do love the format of those. Rebecca, what would you like to see from Jason Sudeikis this weekend?
Oh, there's so much we could do with him. If we're gonna do a bunch of Trumps, he played him once, and that could be funny for him to do his Trump impression on the show. But I don't know. I think he's just such a good player, and I think if we were to just see him pop up in a bunch of the sketches, I mean, now the vocal checks is stuck in my head, but like he'd be so good in that. Like, I think there's a lot that he could do, and I'm just really excited to see him. I feel like he'll pop up like once or twice throughout this, because he is just such a good like straight man player in a lot of the sketches. So hopefully we'll see him a couple times.
Yeah, so let's talk about Bill Hader. Bill Hader obviously is, one of the biggest names in SNL history, is on a lot of people's top 10 lists for cast members, has hosted the show twice, as recently as I believe season 43. He has not been on the show in a pretty long time compared to some of his contemporaries who have come back more often, and has talked a lot over the last few years about his mental health issues and how nervous he was and anxious he was to be at the show. And the expectation would be that he would be there. He was obviously a big part of SNL40, having recently finished at the show. He's the one that I'm just hoping and praying will be there and will do something. Just the fact that he wasn't announced yet scares me, Sammy. So what do you think about Bill Hader and his potential involvement this weekend?
I love how you guys are reading so much into the announcements. I mean, I am too, but part of me just thinks it is the type of thing where you gotta drip feed this information throughout the week. And Bill Hader's a huge name, especially after Barry. So I think that is one that, I mean, online today, people were sad not to see. And so I think you withhold that. I think he'll be there, especially because I think he's still pretty close with that cast. And so for him to be able to do something with that cast, I think, I don't know. I don't obviously know him personally, but I think he'll be there, and will be involved somehow. I mean, if I had my wish, would love to get a Vinny Vedecci sketch. He is probably my favorite Bill character. I mean, obviously I love Stefan as well. That's the one that I think if you get Bill in there, you'll probably lean that way. But would love to see either of those.
Yeah, Rebecca, I believe Bill Hader was trending on X today because people saw the announcement and were like, where the hell is Bill Hader on this list? So what do you think will happen with him this weekend?
First of all, Sammy, they have been planning this special for 50 years. And specifically, think about how much time and effort have gone into the past year planning it and doing it. They don't drop things randomly. They didn't just say, oh, let's just do the first 20 people, and then whoever's left on the list we'll do later. That's why we're reading into it, because there's a rhyme and reason for everything that they're doing for this, and they have to. But that being said, I really, really hope he's there. I mean, I don't know how we wouldn't see Stefan. That's just so obvious in my mind as someone iconic to see. And maybe like they don't announce it, and then Stefan has his big like shining light appearance. I mean, my favorite Bill Hader character was a Cut for Time sketch, which is Alan, the dancing like full-size doll, which is probably like his second most popular meme that's been online, is him dancing. It's a huge meme, but I don't foresee them doing that. But I would be very, very upset if Stefan is not part of this at all.
Bill, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, Stefan, obviously, as I said earlier, probably going to be part of it if he's there. I would love to see Keith Morrison from Dateline. I think that's probably one of my favorite impressions of all time. But how about this? How about Puppet Class, but with Land of Gorge? Like, so, you
Oh
know,
gosh.
really wink,
Wow.
wink, nod, nod, the original era of the show. And, he gets to be one of those original notorious Muppets.
Yeah, that would be wild. All right, well, let's look forward to hopefully Bill Hader being on the next batch of announcements, and if he's not, I think the internet will revolt. Okay, so then we get to some cast members in the late 2000s that I don't think will either be there or on camera. So Michaela Watkins, a 1 season or half a season cast member. Casey Wilson was on for a couple years, definitely underappreciated for some of the things that she did, but I don't think she's been associated with the show since she left in 2009. Abby Elliott, we talked about briefly before, was on the show for 4 seasons and definitely somebody because of, how Kristen Wiig sort of like took over the show, wasn't as celebrated, but a really great impressionist. Her father was a cast member. Do any of you think Abby Elliott will be there? I know, Rebecca, that she's been pretty popular now because of her role in The Bear,
Yeah.
is it?
Yeah, in The Bear. I was going to say, if anything, I really, really think they should do like a Nepo Baby sketch. I think that would be hysterical considering there are so many. I know they've done stuff like that before and they've talked about that, but like it would be funny and awesome to see her. I honestly wouldn't be shocked if we saw her in the audience. I think she'll actually definitely be there, especially with Io being one of the headliners, even supporting her friend. I think she'll definitely be there. I don't know her personally. I haven't done hot yoga with her, but I don't think she looks down upon her time on the show. I think it was just unfortunate circumstances, the way that they used the women cast members in the time of Kristen Wiig.
Sammy, let's talk about our friend Bobby Moynihan, who was on the show for many seasons, somebody who we got to interview a couple times here on the podcast and obviously loves SNL. He was a part of the cast during SNL50, so, it'll be interesting to see if they do include him in the special at this point. I know he showed up a couple seasons ago, did another David as Pumpkins and Drunk Uncle. So if you don't mind leading the discussion on Bobby, I will also just be back in a moment.
Yeah. I mean, Bobby is the sort of quintessential person who made it on SNL, who's such a fan of SNL. I know he has such great admiration for, a lot of that original cast and Lorraine Newman as well. So, I'd love to see him interact with some of those older cast members. And yeah, like John said, he was on the cast for SNL50. So we saw him, in a couple things. Would love to see him get some sort of section as a character if we're doing a weekend update thing. We saw Drunk Uncle recently. I think, Anthony Crispino or something like that at the update desk would be great from Bobby. But I think in general, and I think we'll get into this, with this sort of 2010 added cast member soon. I think that era of the show just got so overshadowed by sort of the Kate and Cecily and 80 that I really do hope that even though a lot of them were on the cast during SNL50, that we get to see a lot of those people during SNL50. And I think Bobby's a very safe bet.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting one, and keep going back to the documentaries because they were just so heartwarming and a lot of places. Watching his face, as you said, Sammy, he's such a super fan of SNL. Besides being on the show, when our friend Andrew Haskell finally gets on SNL, I hope he has the same humbleness that Bobby seems to have about his time on the show and how much of a fan he was before he was on. Great picks that you're talking about there. Update seems to be the most obvious place. Again, as Rebecca said, we're making this into a 90-minute update piece. But how about Riblet? Riblet's fantastic, underrated, not talked about enough. I think having him kind of interrupt, maybe not Shay, but one of the older update anchors, maybe Dennis Miller. Maybe this is a good way to interrupt Dennis if he's at the desk.
I don't think he'll be on the update desk. I would love to. We did just see Drunk Uncle, and I don't need to see that again. I really think Bobby will be in it. I think he'll have a big part, but I actually don't think he'll have like a character, something that we're used to. I think we're going to see him pop up in an exciting moment in a sketch because he loves the show, and he will be very flexible I think he would be willing just to be in something and would be very, very happy to be there and be a part of it. And they know that. So I do believe they'll honor him in that way, but I don't think he'll have a standalone character that it really screams this special. I think we will see him though in something.
Yeah, I think he's the type of guy that we're probably just going to get in like a Q&A or something like that. But I'm so excited for Bobby to be there. And I'm sure he's like, out of all the cast members, the one who's the most excited to be a part of this special weekend. Jenny Slate was a one-season cast member in season 35. I know that she's grown to have a pretty great career herself. I don't think we'll see her necessarily, but she's like a lot of.
She needs
a lot
the
of fan
host. She needs the host.
That could
She's
be fun.
my favorite comedian, I think, of all time, and that's a bold statement. And we did just see her in It Ends Like Us, but It Ends With Us, but she's not going to be on here. But she is in my dream host, probably for like season 51.
Yeah, she's definitely like a Sarah Silverman situation where it'd be like really fun to right the wrong and have her come there. So Nasim Pedrad is somebody who definitely was underappreciated, but someone who I think should be there at the special. The question is like, she was on for 5 seasons. Did she do enough to get on camera, Bill, do you think, from Nasim?
No, unfortunately not. I think with the time being as limited as it is, 3 hours goes by pretty quickly, as we can all attest to. So I think I don't think we see her in anything unless they redo Californians again.
Yeah,
or like the Housewives type of sketch.
Right,
but
right.
I think we could see her in a Q&A even. I think she was on the show, and if they want to honor that year, I mean, 5 years is good, and it was between 40 to 50. So if they want to honor her in that way, I could definitely think we'll see her in the audience, though, for sure.
I mean, you can have a Mulaney sitcom reunion. You've already got Mulaney and Martin Short, so
Yeah, she actually
Elliot Gould could be there. You never know.
Right, exactly.
She did cameo in a Mulaney episode in season 44, I think, at a pre-tape. So, but we really haven't seen her come back to the show. And a lot of these people who we're going to talk about now, we have not seen come back to the show since they left. Paul Britton is a cast member who was on for a couple seasons and left unceremoniously. So don't expect to see him there, though I do believe he married one of the writers that he was on the show with at the time. Taran Killam and Jay Farrow. I think we got to talk about these guys together because these are two absolutely huge names who were a big part of, an era of a show, and they were both fired in 2016. Taran Killam had a pretty big role in SNL50. Jay Farrow obviously was playing Obama. These are two guys who I think have, at one point both wanted nothing to do with SNL. And I think that it's sort of, frozen, like it's defrosted a little bit. And I think Taran was at the show last year and went to go visit it. Jay Farrow, I got an interview a couple of years ago. He told me he'd love to host at some point. So Sammy, any thoughts on if Taran and Jay will be there and participate in the special this weekend?
I think this, for me, like it has to happen. I really would like this era of the show to kind of be brought back into the fold. So, they were both on the cast during SNL40, so they're not going to have a huge sort of highlight or spotlight moment, but I think getting them not only in the building, but incorporated somehow, I think would be great. I mean, Taran Killam, when he was on the show, he should have been, I think, on for longer. And I think we would have been talking about him in that sort of upper echelon of cast members. So versatile. And then Jay Farrow is such a great impressionist. And, obviously we have James Austin Johnson right now, but, definitely the current cast is lacking in great impressionists. So there's always room for that in these anniversary specials when you're trying to poke fun at culture throughout the years. So I'm hoping we see both of these guys.
Bill, what do you think we could get from Taran and Jay this weekend? Do you think both will be there?
I think they'll both be there. I think, Jay, this is the kind of the beginning of SNL moving away from doing a lot of impressions on a weekly basis. Obviously, we do have, certain sketches and things like that. But, after Hater, they kind of get away from this. That's why Melissa kind of falls under the radar, and Chloe Fineman sometimes as well. So I think we'll see them both there. this would be our best chance to have an Obama, right? So he was the best by far, even outside of SNL, I think. No offense to Key and Peele, but I think Jay Farrow did a fantastic Obama. So who knows?
Rebecca, what about you? What do you think we could see from these two great SNL cast members who we haven't had a chance to celebrate?
I think we will see Jay Farrow. I think we need impressionists. I think they're going to do one, if not two, of those mass, audition for this movie or do this impression. I think he would be great there. Taron Killam, I just don't really know exactly where he'd fit in here, and it's unfortunate, but there are also only so many men that like we can show on the show, you know? Like if specifically, like I'm just thinking from like a logistical standpoint, is he going to be in there over someone else? Probably not, or someone on the current cast or that. So I'm just being realistic. I think he'll be in the building and he'll be there. I don't think he'll have a role. And I didn't think Jay actually would either, unless they had like he'll probably do an impression. I think would be where he'll shine. But I do think it's unfortunate. They're only three hours. You know, there's so many people, specifically very male heavy, as we know through the years, or the real like a lot of the icons, especially in the earlier seasons. Just being realistic, I don't know if we're going to see him.
Yeah, Taron did. He was in the Californians. He did Christoph Waltz on Celebrity Jeopardy during SNL40. So, and I don't believe Jay had a role in SNL40 unless I'm forgetting something. But I do think you got to do something with these two if they're there. It'll just be interesting. You know, Mikey Day ends up sort of taking over for Taron in, you know, real SNL. Does, you know, a role that would have gone to Taron in SNL50 go to Mikey? That's something interesting to think about. Vanessa Bayer is, you know, somebody who came on the cast with them, and because, you know, she stays on the extra season, she does return as her Don Lazarus character. And truly, just over the last, you know, 7 or 8 years, I think the appreciation for Vanessa Bayer has gone up like massively. So, Sammy, do you think we're going to see Vanessa this weekend?
Yeah, this is in the same camp as Taron and Jay, where I really hope so. Somebody who, you know, just with the way SNL books hosts, I don't know if we'll ever see a Vanessa Bayer hosted episode. So I think getting an opportunity to see her in the special would be great. But you know, it might be maybe a Bobby situation where we're getting, you know, a Q&A type of appearance in the audience. But I think something would be great for Vanessa.
Yeah, Bill, you have an opinion on that?
Yeah, I think we'll see her. We've kind of led the way on this podcast, talking about and singing the praises of Vanessa Bayer. I think there's a possibility maybe we get a Totino's remake. Who knows?
Yeah, that would be interesting. Rebecca, do you think they could pull that off?
Yeah, I wish, but I don't think so. I think realistically, we're getting up to on the screen now. It's like some of the strongest women. And again, it's the same issue that I'm having with Taron and Jay. It's that like, who are we going to have over? The only thing where I'm like being very realistic, besides like maybe a Jacob the Bar Mitzvah boy or something in a Q&A, would be Miley Cyrus is there. And obviously, like, it's like the worst impression ever, but it's so funny. And I think that could be a really good moment for the two of them. I know they've interacted together before. And that's where I could really see her leaning in. But unfortunately, I think it's going to be very minimal. I do think we'll see her, though. But I just think it'll be minimal, just due to the really like dominating like female like cast members after her.
Yeah, and as Chris points out in the chat, she was on NPR last week talking about how she will be at the 50th. So we know she'll be there. Now, will they use her? That'll be interesting. And we'll certainly talk about that. Does anyone have a strong take on Tim Robinson? It was a one-season cast member and just became one of the biggest stars in the world with his sketch comedy show on Netflix. I think you should leave. And, you know, this is a guy who wrote for the show after he was a cast member, was pretty well ingrained there, and a huge what if story. Mm-hmm. Who wants to go first on Tim Robinson?
Again, I think it's a shame he didn't host or before the season. I feel like he probably should have hosted season 49 or even earlier 50. I think a lot of people thought he was going to be hosting because he really blew up. And then it would make a ton more sense for him to be one of the headliners for this. Unfortunately, I don't really think we'll see him unless they do listen to us and do a whole segment on writers. I think that would be a no-brainer. But unfortunately, since he didn't host, I don't think we're going to have a huge spotlight on him.
Sammy, what do you think?
I mean, he is like a Ben Stiller type. Obviously, he was involved with the show a lot longer, where he, isn't so successful in the cast and then blows up. I think it would be a mistake not to sort of highlight and sort of take the cred, as far as being like, we sort of discovered this guy type of thing. We kind of, produced, Lauren produced the Detroiters, and I know the Lonely Island produced I Think You Should Leave. So I think because of those connections, it's not going to be a whole sketch, but I think you're going to have Tim Robinson there, and I think you're going to want to sort of give yourself a pat on the back for kind of discovering this guy. So I think he'll be involved in some way.
Yeah, Bill, I feel like if Tim Robinson was on the show like 20 years earlier, there'd be such a lore built up about him as a one-season cast member that the show would like have no choice but to address it. But I just wonder if like Lauren doesn't want to shine a further spotlight on the fact that they didn't keep him. And I think there was some word out that Tim didn't even like want to stay in the cast. So I don't know exactly what the deal is there, but do they want to shine more that he's like part of the family, or are they trying to ignore it completely? What do you think?
Yeah, I think we will see him at some point as a host. But I can't imagine at the 50th, as you said, like this, you're not going to put the spotlight on. Oh, look at the mistake we made. So even though, as Sammy says, like there's so many connections on I Think You Should Leave. There's so many SNL cameos. Some people, it's the only place we've seen them in a long time, like Tim Meadows. So yeah, I can't imagine that he will have any prominent role.
Let's jump ahead to Kate McKinnon, who was announced as one of the more recent cast members who is going to be headlining the show this weekend. You can't do the show without Kate, one of the biggest stars of modern SNL. So, Rebecca, what would you like to see from Kate this weekend?
This is my hottest take, but if they do, and I don't know how this would be perceived, if they did like an in memoriam or like celebrating, it would be pretty cool to have her sit by a piano and sing Hallelujah. But since that is so politically charged, I don't know, not dressed as Hillary Clinton. I think that wouldn't be appropriate. But I think if they had her as Kate McKinnon doing it, that would be kind of like a nod to one of the most iconic, controversial, pop culture moments that we've seen on the show in the past 10 years. Like, what did people miss if they stopped watching 40? Like, not only did they become really politically involved, that was the real moment, which we know SNL leans, but that was the real moment they declared their stance politically. And that is probably one of the most iconic in pop culture recent history, that they really said, this is where we lean, not even lean, this is where we are. And we're making it clear. We're literally mourning the president-elect. And I think that would be interesting. I mean, we'll see her. I can't wait. I'd love to see her. She works really well with others, and I think it's fun to see if they do announce like Billie Eilish as a headliner. That's a no-brainer for me to have them do. What do they do? Like a Whiskers Are We or one of those. Those are always funny to see, and I think we'll be popping up a bit.
Yeah, like personally, that moment was one of like my least favorite moments in the history of Saturday Night Live. I didn't like the decision that they made to go with that, but regardless, I mean, obviously Kate is a major star and there's so many things you can do with her. So Bill, what do you think they're going to do?
I think Rebecca said it earlier. Alien Encounter seems to be the most obvious as far as if you're going to bring back a recurring character that you did non-politically. And you do have the opportunity to include a lot of different people in that. 80 can be, I think 80 was one of the people all the time as far as the interviewer. It's a good way to get Cecily involved as well. So now you've got the triumvirate of these three amazing women that led the cast for 3 years or for a decade. But yeah, I think either that or we're going to see something like Hillary, in one of the debate sketches or something like that.
Yeah,
I was
Sammy,
so smart 3 hours ago when I
really
first
were.
suggested that, and I'm a
Hey,
different person now.
we're almost there. We got to just keep powering through. We got this. But Kate McKinnon played Justin Bieber in Celebrity Jeopardy during SNL50. So Sammy, what do you think we might see from her this weekend?
I mean, at least the Brutalist had an intermission, but no, this I don't know. I mean, I think Close Encounters, it's definitely her most iconic sort of recurring character, and They kind of closed the book on that, but then they brought it back when Gosling hosted. So I think they're not gonna, not bring that back because they already closed the book on that. But just thinking about cast members she hasn't necessarily worked with so much. Amy Poehler is somebody who I don't think we've really seen much of the two of them together. So if we want to try to sort of give opportunities to sort of bring women of the cast together, I think that would be cool.
Yeah, the only thing I could think of is that when Amy and Tina hosted together, they did the two Hillarys met each other.
Yes.
Yeah, but you are right for the most part. I mean, I think there's a lot of interesting combinations you could have with Kate and some of the older generations. Kate and Dana Carvey together would be like dynamite. So that'd be really, really exciting. Let's group together Cecily and 80. So, Kate, Cecily, and 80, obviously the big three of women of the 2010s. 80 Bryant is somebody who we have not seen on the show since she left after season 47. Very beloved, someone who would be very exciting to see back at the show this weekend. I would imagine she's part of the next group of announcements, along with Cecily Strong, who is pregnant. So that may impact what we may see from her this weekend. Cecily, we also have not seen on the show since she left the show halfway through season 48. I know she was supposed to be in one of the cold opens in season 49, and then there's this all behind the scenes thing of she wasn't comfortable, and I'm sure the story will come out properly one day from whatever happened there in season 49, but it's over a year later, and I think it's probably water under the bridge. So 80 and Cecily, Sammy, what do you think we might get from either of them?
I don't know. I mean, I think Cecily, like you said, is pregnant, so I do wonder how involved she'll be in actual sketches. I think if she's not able to necessarily do as much, maybe sort of a Q&A type of thing, or introducing a segment or something like that. And then 80. I mean, personally, I would like to see both of them sort of get a big spotlight, because they were obviously on the cast in SNL50, and then after that point really took over the show, and that generation or era of the show really was led by the women of the show. So I'm hoping if they want to do stuff that they're able to bring things back. I mean, maybe interacting with some of those original cast members like Lorraine Newman and Jane Curtin. I think something like that would be cool.
Rebecca, what do you think we could see from Cecily and 80 this weekend?
Well, Cecily announced her pregnancy in like November. I can anticipate she's like decently far along in her pregnancy. Now, I mean, the obvious is update. Like we do need to, like, if they're going to do, if we, the four of us, are going to do a really long segment, she obviously has to be there. Can't say she was the favorite host, but I mean, she did the thing, and I think she should be there also, like, to show diversity throughout the update desk years. I really want to see 80 interact with some of like the celebrity guests. I think that's so great when she like plays 80. There's nothing funnier when she's like flirting with a guy, like as the celebrity being 80. I think she's pretty iconic in a lot of those, but realistically, if Cecily isn't going to be like at her full, like Cecily on the show, I think we'll see a lot of Kate and 80 together. I know they do a lot of those like old woman type of sketches, but I do love when 80 like has his little baby 80. So throw her in the Lonely Island and she'll be a cameo there. But I would think they're going to announce the two of them, and Cecily will likely be in like a Weekend Update tribute.
Yeah, I think back to her sketch with Oscar Isaac, where she says she's played so many thankless roles over the years, and now this one's for her, and she tells him to like sit on her lap and stuff like that. But yes,
she did the Kim Kardashian one, right? Where
that was a cut for time, but I think yes. But she's been worked with Kim, and like I think we could get some good stuff from 80 this weekend. Bill, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, you hate to keep going back to the update desk, but it just seems like the most natural place for the most fleshed out characters that a lot of these people have. And like trend forecasters that she did with Bowen would be a great one to bring back, and also have a way to include Bowen in a prominent role in the anniversary special. And Cecily the same way. I mean, the girl you didn't want to start a conversation with at the party, however that went. So, and also acknowledging, as Rebecca says, her time at the update desk, a little bit underrated in my opinion. I think she had some really good moments on there. Maybe the chemistry with Jost wasn't perfect, but yeah, I think that's probably the best way to showcase both of them.
Okay, so those two for me are really big question marks for this weekend, and because they haven't come back to the show since they left, I am excited to see how they end up using them. Those are, some of the biggest storylines for me. Season 39 had some weird one-off cast members like John Milheiser, Noel Wells, and Brooks Wheelan. I don't think we will see them this weekend. Mike O'Brien was a writer on the show for a few years and did a one-season stint as a cast member. He was recently on with The Lonely Island. He did a great job there, so maybe he will be invited, but I don't expect to see any of them on camera. I think the big other duo to talk about here is Beck Bennett and Kyle Mooney. So Beck Bennett leaves the show after season 46, has not been seen since on the show. Kyle Mooney left after season 47, just recently came back and did one of those cooking competition shows. So Beck and Kyle, good neighbor. Do we potentially see some sort of short from them, or what could they be in this weekend, Sammy?
It's crazy that we got a Kyle Mooney cameo before a Beck Bennett return to SNL. He really was such an anchor when he was on the show. So yeah, similar to kind of like a Chris Parnell or something like that. Like you can kind of plug him in as a straight man or whatever, and would love to see that. Will we get a good neighbor sketch? Probably not. I mean, I think what would be really cool would be to get those sort of behind the scenes SNL, the SNL cinematic universe type of thing that they did, like the new cast member sketch that they did with Kyle. Something like that would be cool, but I'm not necessarily expecting it. But I think a Beck and Kyle reunion of some sort would be great. I know they even did like their talking heads together in one of the SNL documentaries. So I think we'll get the two of them together in some capacity.
Yeah, I do think because they very recently left the show. It hasn't been enough time to appreciate some of the stuff that they did together on the show. But Bill, Sammy is right. Those behind the scenes series of sketches that Kyle did with, Leslie Jones about, what really, the sort of like cinematic universe that was built there. I do think that there could be something that we can mine from that for SNL50. What would you like to see from Beck and Kyle this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, good neighbor, it seems unlikely because of all the other pre-tapes that we have to get to. And I mean, that's kind of emblematic of their time. They were great pre-tapes in that era between Lonely Island and PDD, but they're almost forgotten, even though it hasn't been that long ago. I always think of the one with Larry David with the beers. I mean, that's one of my favorite of the last decade or so that we got. But yeah, I mean, maybe this, we said with Stefan and Seth earlier, maybe an update on what's been going on in Kyle and Leslie's life. And are they back together? Did they stay together? Seeing the behind the scenes of all that.
Yeah, and their son, Lorne, played by Gary Richardson. So, it would be very fun. Rebecca, anything you would like to see from Beck and Kyle this weekend?
I think they would have a good interaction with Please Don't Destroy, because if we don't see PDD in like a musical sense with Lonely Island, we could see them in behind the scenes stuff with Beck and Kyle, and I think that could be good vibes. This is such a stretch, but like Kyle Mooney, Sabrina Carpenter, like he was just the most recent appearance he's had was in her special. So they clearly have a relationship of sorts that not many people were in her comedy musical special, but Kyle Mooney was like multiple times. So it's a stretch, but like she'll be there, he'll be there, and they just worked together in December. So I don't know. I don't foresee it, but like I just had to say it just in case it happens. Then I called it.
I wouldn't mind seeing the brothers, the one that gets, Liev Schreiber, I think, like sprayed them with the hose when they were just in their t-shirts and no pants. So, or even that, or oh man, I'm all out of cash, like one of those situations to get them in a sketch. So, yeah, I'm very pumped for the two of them. I always preferred. I love Beck Bennett. He's actually one of my favorite modern cast members. I love Kyle with Beck. I think their dynamic is unbelievable. And it's one that I think will continue to grow in appreciation over time. Sashir Zamata had a very interesting SNL career, obviously brought on a lot of talk about diversity and what that meant to the SNL cast. She comes on for a few seasons. She had a pretty big role in some Marvel stuff recently. Sammy, do you expect Sashir to be there this weekend?
I think she'll be there, but unfortunately, was not on the show very much, and there's only so much show. But I think she'll be in the building. I think she was also part of that New York Mag piece as well.
Yeah, I'm happy to see that. I got to talk to her a little bit at Just for Laughs a couple years ago. I think she had, yeah, she didn't. I don't know that she enjoyed her experience at the show as much as she wished she could. And obviously, she became sort of like a token for diversity at the time, and that is obviously difficult and a lot of pressure. So it's an interesting thing to carry with you, and I would be excited if they found a way to incorporate her at some point this weekend. Rebecca.
Yeah, I think she'll be there for sure. I feel like she's also had a huge revival in the past few years, specifically with Nicole Byer on the podcast. I think this year is one of the funniest people to come out of the show. She's actually someone that, if it was a little more recent, I think could actually have been a good rehire back on. Now that they might have writers and stuff that would actually cater more towards her and celebrate her. But I think she'll be in the audience. I don't think she would miss the opportunity. I don't think it's bad blood, but I think it would be good for them to have her be shown there.
Yeah. Bill, can I go to you on Leslie Jones? Leslie is a cast member who has a huge personality, comes on as a writer originally and does some stand-up on the update desk. And everyone's like, oh, we have to have Leslie be in sketches. We have not seen her at the show since she left in 2019. She was such a big NBC personality. This is one for me that I think is a huge question mark. Do they find a way to get Leslie a part of the special this weekend? What do you think?
Yeah, a week ago or so, I would have said no way, because she's another one that has had bad blood from her exit on the show, has been very vocal about that, but then got to see her in the People shoot and the video that accompanied it, where she was talking to Seth Meyers and Kate McKinnon and Bowen and Molly Shannon, and she seems to have come over that bridge to be okay with her time at the show. So it's possible. I mean, again, this might be a good one for Q&A as well. Seeing her in the audience, kind of egging on whoever's leading the conversation and making it, kind of hijacking it at certain points, like a Lovitz would.
I was going to say the same thing. She is the optimal Q&A person. Yeah. I don't think you can have a 50th anniversary, specifically from 40 to 50, without having Leslie have a cameo of sorts on it. But she is literally the optimal Q&A person. I think can really, really foresee her having a few shining moments that we're talking about as her speaking for less than a minute, but we're remembering it.
Yeah, and she did have a bit in SNL50 with Pete Davidson where they both introduced the auditions segments that we got to see. Sammy, I wonder if the role for Leslie in the special is her flirting with Colin Jost. Obviously, we haven't seen that in a few years, and he's since gone on to marry Scarlett Johansson, and it's interesting to watch Colin's trajectory as an update anchor. But there was a whole run for many years of Leslie and Colin flirting with each other.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. Maybe even an interaction between ScarJo and Leslie Jones. I'm not sure if we ever saw that wrinkle in the relationship when Leslie was still on the show. But yeah, I think, she's such a big personality and has been involved recently in some of the sort of lead up to SNL50 that I think, just a quick bit from Leslie is possible.
Let's talk about Pete Davidson, our final announced cast member so far. So we've made it to the most recent cast member announced as a headliner for SNL50. Pete has a very, very big SNL career, comes on as a stand-up, for many years. We hear all about his life, marrying Ariana Grande, Kim Kardashian, dating her, everything, his stints in rehab, all of that. Has come back. He's since hosted the show for the premiere of season 49. He was back at the show earlier this season as a part of the Mulaney musical. So Pete Davidson, one of the biggest names in modern SNL history. Rebecca, what could Pete possibly do this weekend, and what would you like to see?
I feel like we'll see him if they do a musical for sure. I first of all was very shocked that Ariana Grande was not announced as one of the headliners there. I think she'll be in the next slew of people, especially if they're going through modern day people. She for sure had one of the most impactful episodes in recent times. She's obsessed with the show. her best friend's Bowen, and she still has a second movie to promote. So I think she'll be there. My kind of hope, if they're really gonna do a moment where it's like talking about it, like SNL like changed their lives. I think in the same gist that I want Keenan to like speak and do a monologue and do that, I would love to see a moment where Pete is Pete and he's talking about literally how the show changed their life. And I don't know if Kim Kardashian would do it or if Ariana's there. She would so be down for it. But like literally having the people there that changed his life and were a part of it. And he's such a staple in pop culture. And like when you asked before, like what's happened in between 40 and 50, like Pete Davidson happened as like a pop culture standalone. So I would love to see him just like talking and doing like a mini monologue type of thing besides just a cameo where they really talk about like he's such a weird SNL thing, like probably since Chevy Chase has someone really cemented themselves in the culture, like as a standalone person. And I think that would be really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, we got to cover the last 2 seasons of his career, and there was literally no person that if we like put on the thumbnail or put his name in some sort of video that we did that got us bigger numbers than Pete Davidson. Just such a big deal. Bill, what would you like to see from Pete this weekend?
I mean, I think we'll get an Aladdin redo with KK. No, I mean, there's a lot of different ways to go, but I mean, if you include him in, I think he'd be more of a background player in some of these sketches. He's obviously not known for his sketch work, even though he has hosted now. He's much more known for his update pieces and things like that. So I think that you would maybe put him in with some older cast member. If you do a Wayne's World, I think that's a really good fit for somebody like Pete to sit on the couch next to Garth and talk about life. So that's probably the way we'd see Pete go.
That's very trippy to think about Pete Davidson in a Wayne's World sketch. Sammy, what do you think we can get from Pete Davidson this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, from Pete, I mean, obviously he's very known for his stand-up and the jokes he would do on updates. So if there's more of a monologue piece to camera or something like that, I think we'll see him there versus a sketch. I mean, maybe just pairing him up with Mulaney in general. I know that they have a great relationship. So just being able to see them banter, you know, not in a sketch, but in some sort of, you know, introduction to some sort of clip package or something like that, I think would be cool to see their dynamic.
Jose and Che, I would expect that they'll have a huge hand in writing what we're going to see this weekend. Does anybody else have any other thought besides the fact that they'll be on the update desk in some sense? Yeah, because that's, you know, where we would expect to see them. They were really not a part of SNL 40th anniversary special. Now that they've had such a big part on the, you know, being the longest tenured weekend update anchors, whatever they do, they have to be a big part of this one. So it would be really interesting. And Alice in the chat mentions a joke swap. You know, imagine they wrote a joke swap for a bunch of anchors. I mean, that could be a really fun thought that we could get this weekend. John Rudnitsky, one season SNL cast member. Wouldn't expect to see him this weekend, though I know he's a super nice guy and I'm sure would be invited probably if they're inviting the, you know, one season cast members. Alex Moffat, we have not seen on the show since he left after season 47. Anyone have a strong thought on if Alex Moffat would participate in the special this weekend?
I think he'll be there.
Yeah. Yeah, it could be.
Yeah, I can't imagine him doing anything.
Maybe guy who just bought a boat or something. If there's, you know, some mention of the Staten Island ferry that Pete and Colin bought, something like that. I know that Pete once came out to do in the end of 47 something with Alex for that. But you know, for a guy who was on for 6 seasons, you know, it would be nice to see him. Melissa Villaseñor, someone who definitely you know, did not get appreciated during her time at the show. I know that she has mentioned that she will for sure be there. Do any of you think she'll be on camera?
I didn't think she was going to be there. I didn't think she loved being there. I don't think we'll really see her on camera past the crowd unless they're like really, really stretching for some impressionists. Then she'll be in that, but I don't think we'll see her.
Yeah, I think she'll be. I think she'll be in the audience. I can't imagine they're going to put her in something, but you know, there's a lot of mouths to feed, so that'll be interesting. Just going through quickly the cast members who are no longer on the show. Luke Null, same thing, 1 season cast member. Don't expect to see him. Chris Redd is somebody who, had a great SNL career and should be celebrated for his work on the show. There is, in my opinion, no chance that he will be at the 50th, and I wouldn't expect him to ever be at SNL again, based on, for those who don't know, his relationship to Kenan Thompson. So that they had a major falling out. All right. Then there is Lauren Holt, who also a 1 season cast member in season 46. Aristotle Atari, a great guy that we got to interview. I would love if Aristotle was invited. I don't think we'll be there. Molly Carney was not asked back for this year. Don't think that Molly will be a part of anything, but I hope that Molly will at least be invited. Chloe Trost, same thing for her. Punky Johnson, do any of you have an opinion on if we can get Punky in something this weekend? I spoke to her and she will definitely be at the 50th.
It'll be great to see her. They didn't really get her in when she was on the cast, unfortunately. So
Right.
I don't really know. There's so many people here that I'm like, yeah, they are. In recent years, we're talking 50, but I just don't know if there's like enough space. I also don't think Chloe Trost will attend, even if they did invite her. She seemed a little pressed about it all.
Yeah, that's for sure. Okay, so then we got all of our current cast members. So I'll read out the cast members we haven't talked about yet. We got Mikey Day, Heidi Gardner, Ego Wodum, Chloe Feynman, Bowen Yang, Andrew Dismukes, James Austin Johnson, Sarah Sherman, Marcelo Hernandez, Michael Longfellow, Devin Walker, Ashley Badia, Emil Joaquim, and Jane Wickline. So I will ask you, Sammy, of the current cast members, anyone you think will have a major role this weekend on the show?
I think JJ has a pretty good shot just because he's such a good impressionist. And I think he is the type of cast member that could kind of, fit into other eras on the show. And I also, think Bowen being such a big star on the show right now as well. He's really been kind of front and center at things like the Emmys and things like that. So I think if you're looking at, Kate being a big part of SNL40, I think someone like Bowen will be a big part of SNL50.
Bill, what do you think?
Yeah, I think they're going to go for their shining stars like Bowen and Marcelo. I think, Marcelo's kind of blown up over the last year or so. Bowen's been the star of the show for at least the last season and a half. I think we'll see Heidi and Ego in some form as well.
Rebecca?
We have to see Ego and Heidi. They've been carrying the show for a lot of years, and I hope they get their recognition. And I have a feeling that they will. We've all been writing Sarah Sherman in every sketch idea we had. I think she's the most unique cast member we've had in maybe since like Kate or Leslie. That's like very, very particular and unique. And I think she kind of is going to be the future. I think they've been really excited about her. I think she'll do that. And then Bowen's a no-brainer. I actually think he could have kind of like a steady role without it. If people relate to him, he has a really good relationship with so many of the older cast members. He has a relationship with majority of the headliners, and people are really, really drawn to him in a way that like I think he'll play a big part in SNL from here on out, and people work with him. I could even see him hosting the Q&A too, where it's like he has such good bits with so many people that I think he could be interacting with a lot of people. And I think that's his strength on the show, is his friendships and his interactions with people. And I think they'll utilize that, but definitely I need Ego and Heidi and Mikey to all get the recognition that they've had for the past few years, that they should have a good moment.
Yeah, I think that they're going to try and include as many current cast members as possible. I think it's going to be a little bit different than SNL40 is my prediction, is that, maybe not the rookies, those three that are new great cast members, but I think the ones that have been around, we're in a little bit different spot in SNL history where cast members stick around a long time. So just because Mikey Day and Heidi Gardner and Ego Wodum haven't left the show yet doesn't mean that we shouldn't be celebrating them. We don't know, when SNL40 came around, there was a pretty good feeling that SNL50 was going to be an anniversary special. I don't know that they're going to do one at SNL60. The next one could be SNL75 if SNL is still around then. I think you got to do what you can to celebrate people like Mikey Day, like Heidi Gardner, like Ego Wodum, and Bowen Yang, who've all had major contributions to the current era of the show. People like Dismukes and James, I think would be really, really fun to get in there. Sarah as well, a lot of big personalities. I just
forgot about Chloe. Chloe Fineman. I feel like
Honestly, I didn't forget about Chloe, just not
Okay.
because Chloe hasn't had an impact, but because I just think that, we're talking about people who have had like sort of defined the era. Do I think that they will find, if we're doing some sort of impression thing, I think that's the place to shoe her in. So that's probably that for me. Again, Sarah, James, Andrew, I think it would be great to include them. Marcelo with, Sabrina Carpenter in the building, and, Domingo being sort of the biggest thing this year. I think that's the place to go. Michael Longfellow and Devin Walker. Obviously, the question is there a role for them, and have they done enough yet on the show? And then Ashley, Emil, and Jane in the rookie seasons. I'm sure they're just very excited to be a part of this celebration.
Jane will do an update piece. I think Jane will have a long update piece throughout this.
Yeah,
I think it's good.
That'll go over great. She does one of her keyboard TikTok pieces this weekend. So that is that. We just covered 167 SNL cast members in some part to talk about, at least the ones that are living, to talk about what their roles could potentially be this weekend in going on almost 4 hours and the longest podcast we've ever done here. But as Sammy said in the private chat, you only SNL50 once. So we did it, and we're here to preview and talk about them all. So I hope if you're not hyped for this special yet, you should definitely be excited for the 50th after having this conversation here. So this isn't the only coverage we're going to be doing. We will be live immediately after the special on a Sunday night at 11:15 p.m. Eastern. Bill will be carrying the reins. He will be hosting that show on Sunday. I will be in New York City. I will be there for the concert on Friday. And right now it looks like we're going to be able to get some red carpet interviews at the 50th on Sunday. So I'll be there to do that. James will be with me as well, James Stevens, and we'll be getting those to you sometime after the 50th and try and put as much as we can on social media if you want to keep up with what we're doing. But seriously, like the idea that I could be anywhere close to the 50th is like such an honor and a privilege. So for me, that is very exciting. And I'm sure Bill will be able to carry the show. It's in great hands after. And then Sammy, I know you will be on with him as well after that. I will be back on the podcast on Tuesday night of next week for the roundtable. So I will be there to talk about all of the major storylines from the 50th. Then Wednesday night, Mike will have a By the Number show, and we will also have all of our interviews being released as well. So a lot of coverage happening here at the Saturday Night Network. Please follow us to never miss anything we are doing, and subscribe to the podcast on YouTube, Apple Podcast, and Spotify. Sammy, 4 hours. We did it. Thanks for joining us.
We did it. We did it, Joe, or John, I should say. This has been super fun.
Get my name 4 hours in.
No, it was a reference. You had to be there. Yes, we did it. You guys can find me. My brain's dead. You guys can find me at that Sammy K on Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok. Like John said, I will be on the Hot Take Show, breaking down SNL50. I am so excited to go from tweeting about SNL40 to talking about SNL50 on this podcast. Super excited to celebrate this monumental special with you all on Sunday.
Was that a Kamala Harris joke? Like, I just want to make sure.
Yeah,
okay,
it was.
Got it. Yes. Okay.
Too soon?
I don't know. I'm Canadian, so you got to tell me. Rebecca, thanks for grinding with us for the last few hours as we talked about all of these cast members. What a fun preview show. Anything you would like to say to the listeners?
No, I can't wait. I think this was so exciting. Like, think about how excited we get for every little cameo that happens per episode. And that times 50. And I think this is really exciting. And John, you're going to have to work overtime to clip all of our predictions from these past 4 hours that are accurate and correct. So, because we just dedicated 4 hours, at least we have to get our credit if we predicted things correctly. So this was super, super fun. I'm so excited. Sunday, and then I'm excited to listen to Bill and Sammy talk about it after.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the reactions. Or I wish I could see the reactions of all of our listeners who see the 4 hour podcast drop in their feeds tomorrow. But this will be really fun to listen to, I'm sure, if you're getting excited for this weekend. Bill Kenny, thanks so much for doing this with us. What an honor to get to talk about SNL50 with you.
Yes, John, thank you. I keep thinking back to the fact when we started to begin of season 46, this was already on the forefront of all of our minds that we were going to be talking about this a few years down the road. And here we are. And it's crazy to think how far we've come since those old SNL stat days. This was so great to talk to all of you. Can't wait for Sunday. I'll have the tissues next to me as I'm helming the Hot Take Show on a Sunday night. And you can follow me at all the socials at BKLove73. Make sure you follow me over at SNL Hall of Fame as well. I've been the chief conversationalist over there for a couple of weeks. And today, if you didn't get enough of us for 4 hours, John Schneider joined me to talk about Bonnie and Terry Turner. So it's a lot of fun to hear, and can't wait for Sunday.
Yeah, I cannot wait either. I want to thank latenighter.com for being our presenting partner of the show here, all 4 hours of the show here tonight. We have so much coverage on social media coming out with some great posts from our team that will be released on all social platforms. So make sure to follow us at the SNL Network. And like I said, subscribe to the podcast to never miss an episode of what we have happening here at the Saturday Night Network. Make sure to hit that like button and that subscribe button if you can to support the show. I want to thank Sammy, Rebecca, and Bill for being with us for the entire show here tonight, and everybody in the live chat for hanging out with us all night long. We're just a few days away now, and I cannot wait to celebrate the 50th anniversary of Saturday Night Live with all of you. So my name is John Schneider from the Saturday Night Network, and we will see you next time, everybody. Have a good one.